using carbon dioxide discard time to look at anxiety and recovery from bouts of anxiety. So two totally independent projects, but using the same measure. So you've got HRV, which requires some technology usually. You've got grip strength, which you can assess subjectively, or you can use a floor scale. And now you have carbon dioxide tolerance. You want to do this in the morning when you wake up and keep track. Just write down in a little book, or maybe just keep track in your mind of your carbon dioxide discard time. If you find that your discard times are dropping, even if they're in the 40-second range or 50-second range, but normally you can do 75 seconds or 120 seconds, if they're starting to drop by anywhere from 15 to 20%, you're veering in the direction of not recovering. And I'm really keen on this tool because everybody has different recovery abilities. Some people are eating really well and sleeping really well. Some people have minimal stress or can buffer stress really well. Other people, they dissolve into a puddle of tears if they read one, text message that's troubling, or whatever, and I realize, and I say that with sympathy, I realize people have varying levels of stress and demand in their life. It's just impossible to prescribe an entire protocol that says, okay, yes, you should train today, and this is exactly what you should do. No, you shouldn't. Use carbon dioxide discard rate because A, it's valuable, it's informative, B, it's zero cost, and C, it's something that you can track objectively over time. And that's really the key. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that what carbon dioxide discard rate is tapping into is your ability to mechanically control your diaphragm. Certainly that's one aspect of it. But that relates in a very direct way to your ability to put the brake on your stress system, to engage the so-called parasympathetic or calming arm of your autonomic nervous system. And another thing that Andy Galpin's group is testing is at the offset of training, after your run, after your weight training session, maybe even after your plyometrics session. We didn't really talk about jumping and throwing and that sort of thing. Maybe we'll talk about it in a future episode. But they and other groups, including some elite athletes and other groups that are very interested in physical performance, are using a tool where they deliberately disengage for 5 minutes at the end of training. They deliberately engage this calming or parasympathetic arm of the nervous system. And you can do that through any number of different tools. I'm a big fan of respiration tools because they're always available to you. Your breathing is always there. I talk about some of these tools in previous episodes, but you could use things like non-sleep deep rest, NSDR, at the end of a training session. You could do 10 physiological size double inhales through the nose, followed by long exhales. That will definitely engage the parasympathetic nervous system at the end of training. So rather than finish your training session and then just hop onto your phone, serious athletes and people who are serious about recovery initiate that recovery at the very end of their training, and they start to kickstart that recovery process rather, and they measure CO2 tolerance in the morning. So there's several groups that are doing that. In fact, I know several groups, because I'm working with them, that are using physiological size between sets in order to recover their nervous system and maintain nerve to muscle contractibility, maintain focus throughout their training session, enhance their focus by doing a few physiological size, so double inhale, exhale in between sets. So they're getting very focused and very intense about their strength work or explosiveness work or muscle isolation work during their sets, and then in between sets, they're deliberately disengaging the nervous system, and then they're re-engaging it again. So I just wanted to emphasize that. So recovery is a complex process. It's got a lot of things, but the CO2 tolerance test should be a valuable tool. Now, another tool for recovery that people are very excited about is the use of cold and the ice bath. And this is important if you are somebody who uses cold through cold shower or ice bath or jumping in a lake or a river, whatever it is that you use to generate cold as a recovery tool. You should be aware that there are data starting to emerge that if your goal is recovery or strength improvements, using cold within the 4 hours following a workout, I'm not talking about Palmer cooling, I'm talking about whole body cooling or cooling from the neck down. Yes, it will reduce inflammation. Yes, it will reduce the amount of delayed onset muscle soreness. One readout of how intense or damaging a given workout was, not the only readout. But it does seem to interfere with some of the things like mTOR pathways, the mammalian targeted rapamycin pathway, and other pathways related to inflammation that promote muscle repair. Remember, and muscle growth. Remember, stress, tension, and damage are the stimulus for nerve to muscle connections to change and for muscles to get bigger, stronger, and better. And so if you're getting into the ice bath after training or taking a really cold shower after doing resistance training, you are likely short-circuiting the improvements that you're trying to create. Now, athletes who are trying to recover quickly so that they can get back into more training sessions, or let's say you're somebody who doesn't really want to gain much strength or hypertrophy, and you're mainly focused on endurance, and you want to do more.
Had a big day
Is that what it is?
Friday.
Back?
Yeah. I remember we talked about this one. I'm like, well, it looks like the move is not over. I'll revise my statement on that one. Should have known. Took out the pre-market high. That thing never looked back, but just, it did settle near the low of the session. Maybe some profit taking in Viva Systems today.
Let's go. What's up?
Let's go. All right, everything is up. You want to start with AMC because there's actually news.
Sure.
We actually have some news on this morning.
Let's go.
All right. Filing. Sure. Actually, it was a press release. AMC sold some shares. They sold 8.5 million shares for $230.5 million. If you want to do the math on that, it comes out to $27 a share, give or take a couple cents. They sold this to Mudrick Capital. This is the same hedge fund behind the SPAC that is buying Tops, and the same hedge fund that had previous deals with AMC. They had bought some shares, or they'd bought some bonds in December. They had converted those bonds previously. They made a lot of money in January on out-of-the-money call options in AMC. This is a firm that specializes in distressed equities, distressed debt. I don't know if you want to call AMC distressed, but maybe they are. Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. In any case, they are they're buying some AMC here. News is out this morning, so AMC is up on that headline.
Okay, so here is the rant, and here's a little bit, questions. They're like, how is this trading? Questions. They're like, how is this trading up on this? I'm not surprised it's trading up on this because you do the math and you think, okay, you're selling this to a hedge fund on the side, basically, and they paid $27 for AMC. Like, real money came in. Like, obviously you got the stock market money, but you had, like, this is a hedge fund giving a vote of confidence to AMC, saying it is worth what we're seeing. So I'm not surprised it's trading up. I know everybody on CNBC was questioning, how is this trading up on the dilution? This isn't just a secondary offering where they had to go way in the hole to get her done. The stock closed at $26.12. It got done $1 above where it closed. So, I mean, obviously there's an appetite from hedgies for AMC as well. So this is a big vote of confidence for AMC. I'm not saying I'm taking my investment dollars and plowing them into AMC, but it doesn't add to the bear thesis at all. I mean, it was an ugly tape on Friday for AMC to open up the highs, get back $10. You think, okay, maybe the story's over. So I'm not sure. Maybe Mudrick has some other shares and they just want to pump it back up. But this gives a little bit of a vote of confidence to it because this is a hedge fund that manages money, and they think AMC is worth $27 because they just bought $230 million worth.
It's worth more than that now.
Yeah, and they're obviously right. So, I mean, I look at this and think, okay, well, it's not just retail. It's not just, we've been saying, oh, it's just Reddit traders and eventually real investor. They have a real company. Maybe they already own shares. I'm not sure if they own shares.
That's a good question.
Because if you owned a pile of shares, this is a vote of confidence to get those shares a little bit higher. I'm not sure. But for whatever reason, Mudrick Capital thinks AMC is worth $27, or they probably wouldn't be buying 8.5 million shares up there. Well, so that does give it a vote of confidence.
They had previously exchanged some debt for equity with AMC.
So they do have some equity.
Yeah.
How much equity? Is it like, do they have 100 million shares? Did it 50 million shares? Did this double their position? Or did this increase their position just by a little bit? I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe you guys can find out in the background.
In December, AMC signed a letter with Mudrick Capital that called for the hedge fund to buy $100 million of new secured bonds, and then they received a commitment fee equal to about 8 million AMC shares. And that was in December. There was another deal, I believe, in January or February. They already are in AMC. This isn't like
so they're in, but they weren't in heavy. So this is a big investment for Mudrick Capital here, and it's a big vote of confidence for the stock. So I'm actually People coming in and naturally thinking the dilution here, you gotta understand markets a little bit more. And I'll try to teach you here today is that when you get the vote of confidence from the hedgie, you didn't have to go way in the hole. Stock closed 26.12. If they had to get that offer done at $20 to get that money, you'd be
That's
like,
the
okay,
difference.
but this got done at a premium, and this is sold not to just Joe investor. This was sold to a hedge fund. So that's why the stock is trading up 17% here today. I am not surprised at all that it is trading up here today. And does 27 act like a floor now? I don't know if that's, there's no offering on the table or anything, but that's where the vote of confidence comes in from under capital. So I think when you analyze and you really think about it, it's not surprising that the stock is trading up on this. So I don't think this move this morning is irrational. Do I think AMC is worth $30 a share? No. Do I think AMC is worth 27 a share? No. I'm not putting any of my hard working money into this as a long-term investment. As a trade, I'm not surprised, and as a trade, maybe I would play it. I've been in and out of AMC a couple of times just because it's so much volatility and you're watching it. And if I watch something for more than 5 minutes, I can't help myself. I have to trade it. That's why I try to take the stuff off my screen, because I just get like, oh, I can see, I start tape reading it, and and you start to try to scalp it and play it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But this is a huge vote of confidence for AMC, and this is another food for all the Reddit traders who are saying, we told you this is worth more money. Now we have real investors coming in here too. So I'm going to give you that opposite view of what they were saying on CNBC, that this doesn't make sense, that it would trade up on dilution. This absolutely makes sense to me from just thinking about it from that perspective.
The CEO also took to Twitter. Was talking about the company and boosting it. Saying, hey, we're back, we're strong, we're doing that. So that's obviously adding to the upward momentum in it today. Maybe just start thinking about movie theaters in a different light, in a different way after the pandemic. I mean, maybe people are going to be flocking back.
They
maybe
are.
The streaming
They
thing.
are for sure, Joel.
Right. So maybe they'll start doing like some premium seating or, special events or bar mitzvahs or weddings.
The
I don't know what
NFTs
the
are
hell.
coming, Joel. The
that's right.
NFTs are coming. So
Yeah.
GameStop's doing NFTs. Why not AMC?
What's interesting is the different strategies that the AMC and GameStop C-suite have had responding to the retail hype, because GameStop is just radio silence, nothing. You hear nothing. They don't respond to media inquiries, nothing.
Well, they apparently launched a site about NFTs.
AMC, I don't know if you've been on his Twitter recently, but he is leaning in hard to the retail frenzy, and he loves it. Of course he loves it.
Getting rich.
Right, he's getting rich, but he's leaning in hard. So it's just a very different approach to the same phenomenon. I find that very interesting.
What is the market cap of AMC today?
Today?
Like right now, $30 a share. Do we have it in front of us?
I can pull it up.
I used to carry that information on my Ready Plus, and you can get it like in real time. But I just because I'm trading on its screen room. Its screen room is sometimes worth like money to me, and I don't make money analyzing market cap. I don't have it on my screen like all the time. Like I got to go and add the field.
We could call it like 11 bill. I think is a.
I just want to give you some perspective.
Let's call it 11 billion.
It's worth $11 billion at today's price. So in 2014, what do you think the market cap of AMC was? In 2014, back when movies were even cooler.
5 billion.
I was gonna say like 7, 6. I don't know.
474 million.
Jesus Christ.
Give
That's
you
a crazy
perspective of what
fluctuation.
you're buying. Like this, I'm going to. If this is correct, I'm looking
I don't know.
at
Does AMC own their real estate,
Which,
or
with
do
all
they
the dilution,
lease?
we've been telling you that AMC
Yeah.
is trading at.
Because
I know when it comes to
AMC is
movie
trading at
theater
all-time
chains,
highs.
their
I mean, you can look at the chart.
valuation
and say,
can fluctuate
well,
heavily
it was higher
on
before,
whether
but there
they
wasn't
lease
as many
or
shares
own.
outstanding. They've diluted the living hell out of the stock.
Yep.
So when you look, and I don't know if you want to go to the history, Joel, and see what the all-time high of the price is, but you've got to look at what is the market cap, because this is what people are valuing the company at today. So basically, they're saying today, AMC is worth 20 times what it was 5 years ago. That's how crazy this market is right now. Does this continue on indefinitely? I don't know. I have no idea, you know, when this party ends here. But right now, markets are completely disconnected from all fundamentals.
Wait, according to
especially in a
that,
stock like this.
according to that same site, the market cap was $200 million last October on Halloween.
Yeah, that's right.
That's actually
Halloween
insane
was 200
fluctuation.
million.
And now it's worth 11 billion
it's worth
because
11
they didn't have
billion.
any dilution. They were
200
almost
million
going
to
bankrupt.
11 billion.
And now all of a sudden
in
we've
less than a year.
decided that movie theaters are the best thing ever. So you can
In
see
like,
in March
what's
it went
that,
to
8
4 billion
months?
and now it's 11 billion. So yeah, so 202 million back in October and now it's worth 11 billion all of a sudden. So I get the reopening trade. This is where I was going with this, Joel, because you were saying we're going to flock back to movies. I get it. I think it's all priced in, you know, like from a fundamental perspective, it's more than priced in here that this is awesome. But you know what? It doesn't matter. You can't sit here and put your CFA cap on and do fundamental analysis on AMC because it is meaningless, because it is all FOMO right now. Nobody cares. You got a hedge fund saying it's worth $10 billion or whatever it is now because they just bought up here at $27. And they're probably just saying, look, the story's hot. We got reopening. Who cares? We're trading on market cap because this stock's going higher to the moon. There's people protesting on the street saying with signs rocking around AMC to the moon. So it's promotional stock, a stock that everybody is talking about on social media, and the story is hot as hell. So that's why you don't short stories that are hot as hell. But I don't invest in companies that don't make any sense, and it just doesn't make any sense at this prices. So I will never invest in AMC at this prices. But as a trade, I get it. You know, it's hot. Could it go to 50? Could it go to 100? Could it go to 500? Could go anywhere. But you know what? It could go to 0 too. It couldn't go anywhere. So I can't invest in something that is disconnected from fundamentals. It's just my own rules. I invest in stuff that fundamentally makes sense. It doesn't fundamentally make sense, but it doesn't matter. As a bias, I'm not going to short that and say, because that's how you really get killed in this market, saying there's no way AMC can be worth $11 billion and worth $200 million back in October. Well, it can, because this is the FOMO market that just runs on stories.
Well, I can't tell you where it's going, but I can tell you where it's gone. And it just went to 30.79. Currently trading right off that high at 30.54. That was a big bar on Friday, so 36.72 was the high. So you do have some people stuck between here and 36.72, but that's it. That's just, if you're trading this either way, long or short side, keep an eye the pre-market high, see if you can get continuation through that. But I mean, just the $1, $2 swings in this thing during the regular session, it looks like it's pretty steady here. You found some support at 28 in the pre-market, but it's moving, right?
I love
it's
the chat.
moving.
Ariel says Dennis Dick says AMC's price target is 500. that's how media will do it, right? Dennis Dick said AMC could go to 500. They'll pull that little, you know, the media will pull that little clip and say Dennis Dick said it. Here is the clip. Dennis Dick says AMC could go to 500. But didn't hear the whole rant before. It could go to 0 too. It could go anywhere. It's not connected to fundamentals anymore. It can do anything it wants.
I heard the words.
That's funny though. Ariel, I think Ariel's a joke, but it's funny though. That's a good one.
In case anybody was wondering what AMC's going to do with all this money, here's what the press release said. We're going to use it for the pursuit. Let's skip all that. We're going to pursue value-creating acquisitions of additional theater leases.
Sure,
So they do.
Why
lease.
not buy more theater? Get more theaters.
Why not?
As well as investments to enhance the consumer appeal of AMC's
Why not get
existing
more
theaters. So I
theaters?
don't know what that
Well,
means. Maybe they're gonna do some
So most
cool
people stream
virtual
shit at
reality
home
stuff. I have no idea what that
anymore.
means.
Jeez.
Anyway, they're leaning into brick and mortar theater. We're gonna
And
get
those
Why
more.
not?
CDs have gotten
Why not?
incredibly cheap
Yeah.
People want to throw money at you
compared to what they
cares?
were.
I mean, you know,
couple
it
years
doesn't
ago.
matter at this point in time.
How
I'm gonna
about-
go back and look at Hertz. Why the heck did they not allow Hertz to, you know, to come out of bankruptcy when they wanted to do that secondary offering? They blocked it. They should have just allowed it, I guess. well, seriously, if they
about that.
want to just throw money at them, let them do it.
What's that hurts?
Oh, what's the symbol? ATZYBKRFG
It'll
or something?
probably go up to all-time highs.
HTZGQ. HTZGQ.
Oh, that's GQ. You gotta like that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's at $6.
It's at $6.
Yeah.
But is that like the splitter? Where's the chart? Show me the chart.
No, remember that they're coming out of bankruptcy. Remember, and the shareholders did get something.
Oh, the shareholders are going to get something.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Whatever. I don't even know how to invest in. I honestly don't know how to invest in this market. I know how to trade this market well. I'm going to continue to trade it on FOMO. I'm going to continue to trade it on headlines. I'm going to continue to trade it in all the different ways I trade it. But investing in this market, like, I just look at it overall, and like people keep saying, I had my buddy Bruce there. Shout out to Bruce if you're listening. He's like, got a bunch of short-term cash. What do you think? And I'm like, investing? Trading? Sure. Throw it in your trading account and move it around. But investing? I'm like, not a big fan of investing in anything at these prices. So I'm sitting with a wad of cash here still, too. But trying to buy real estate, but it's bubbled up, too. So hopefully the real estate market eventually pulls back and I'm buying real assets. Because people are willing to, pay $3.5 million for a Gretzky card. I mean, everything is just inflated. You look at every single asset class. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. You look at collectibles, and it's gone insane. You look at boats, like literally people are joking. Oh yeah, if you want to lose money, buy a boat. Used boats are up substantially. My buddy bought his used boat for $10,000 for years, just sold it for 26. I'm not joking. You never see used boats going up. He used it for 3 years and over doubled his money on it. This is the kind of market that we're in. People are just hungry to buy anything. And you can sell them anything right now. There's snake oil for sale everywhere. Everybody is selling snake oil, and there's a lineup for snake oil. So just be careful with your hard-earned dollars because it all ends in a bloodbath. But right now, the party is FOMO, and FOMO is hot.
Insider buy on snake oil, right? Insider buy.
Snake oil is hot too right now, so... I mean, you created out of thin air. What about that crypto scam that they did? This is just the market. They raised like $20 million. Remember? I don't know if we talked about it on the show about 2 weeks ago. And then they changed the site and said on the site, we scammed you, and there's nothing you can do about it. That was, I don't know if that was real or not, but that was like a crypto, like where they're trying to raise money up to do something, and it was complete BS.
It's called a rug pull, and yeah, we cover that as well on our channel. Not on this show, but
yeah. So I mean, you're just in this market where there's so much dumb money out there. There is literally so much dumb money out there that everybody, is like trying. You've got real money, like you got hedge funds, you got other people that are like, there's this much dumb money out there, let's do it. I mean, AMC is taking advantage of dumb money too. But you know what? Can I come in here and short the stock? No. And you've got a vote of confidence from a hedge fund.
Can you get locates on that, Dennis?
What's that?
You can easily get a locate, right, on that?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe not. I don't know. Let's go on. Probably. I never actually even tried. That goes to show you. I don't even try to short AMC. That makes sense, but I'm scared to death of it. People keep saying, oh, if you're talking bearish, short it. I'm not even talking bearish this morning. It is no good here. I'd have to go outside of my regular broker here. I could probably find it though, but I don't know. Like, I mean, the thing's hot as hell. It's trading so much volume. It can go anywhere. So that's what I'm trying to say this morning. Is AMC. I cannot predict AMC pricing day to day. That's why I really don't trade it. If I'm trading, it's short-term scalp because it's impossible to predict this.
All right, let's move on. Let's cover some other stuff. Let's go, Spencer.
All right, moving right along. I get 21 on 20 minutes on 1 or 2 stocks. Let's get to a few more 100 likes here. We're at 200 likes. Let's get to 400 likes before Nick Sheen on 835. Let's talk about software today. Cloudera.
Finally.
TLDR going off the board this morning.
Sean Udall pick.
Yes, a Sean Udall pick. KKR is actually, there's more than one firm involved here, but the bottom line is the company is being acquired for $5.3 billion. Cloudera shareholders will receive $16 a share in cash. So 16.
And you're right there at 1588. So congratulations to CLDR shareholders. Sean Udall, I believe, is still one of them. He has been on our show multiple times saying he liked this, and he was wrong about it for a while, but eventually it's come back up, and it looks like Sean's going to end up being right on it. So nice trade, Sean. Obviously, I don't know if you're ringing the register today, but it looks like they're ringing it for you.
$16, yep.
Yeah, so it's a nice move. You could say, oh, sympathy plays. I mean, cloud stocks, right? So. Was there 100 of them?
Yeah, I always thought this one should do better just by the name, Cloudera. We talk about cloud stocks, but yeah, it
has the best name.
Yeah, it has the best name. A long time coming, $16. Looks like gonna have much regulatory problems. When I was going private, $16, 12 cents left on it. Trade a little bit over. I mean, it's been a long time coming. I don't know if anyone's gonna come and top them, but. $16, $15.87 is where it trade. I don't know why you would pay over $16 like it did in the pre-market here. But nice steady move up ahead of it. We were back at $10, so little leading up to it, definitely had a rally. Now ring the register at 16.
All right, what about? Let's go to EVs for a second here.
Okay.
'Cause we do have some numbers out over the weekend. First of all, Neo got a pretty big upgrade today. I'll cover that as well. But it was Citigroup is giving Neo a buy rating and a price target of $58.30. That is specific.
Wow.
Hat tip to Citigroup on that specificity. Also, while we're at it, Neo and XPeng reported their May deliveries. Neo's deliveries actually fell month over month. They said it was because of the semi shortage. XPeng's did not fall month over month. They rose 10% from April to May. Obviously, both up huge year over year. You can't really compare that because they didn't really have deliveries last year. So anyway, Neo upgrade plus May deliveries, and XPEV also May deliveries were strong.
We were talking on the show yesterday with Mitch. We did a show just on Money Mitch there, and we're talking about. I don't think you can come in this market thinking you're on the Neos and stuff that you're going to get these 100% gainers anymore. And I kind of agree with him. I think you got to take the money when you got it. I mean, Neo has had a nice move. We went from 30 to 40 in 10 trading sessions, and we've been talking about this rotation of growth, and this was poster child for it. The beat down. Not that it's the Kathy name, but it kind of goes in that whole, because obviously ridiculous valuation, but storied stock, and they've come back. So you've had a 30% up move in the last 12 days. I think the easy money's been made in Neo here now. You get this upgrade. Is this going to be, the top? Citigroup buys the top? Maybe. But you got lots of resistance, lots of overhead supply. It doesn't get easy. It doesn't get easier. Do they have room to 45? I think it's room to 45, but you're stretching it now. The easy money's been made. We ticked when everybody capitulated back on May 13th, $30.71. Now it's at 40. So, I mean, this is a nice 30% climb here in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. That's why I'm looking on some of my names too, lightening up some of the growth names now because the easy money's been made. So anything that you had on for a trade, I think you start booking it. If you have them on for longer term investments, you try to hold it, like Penn, I put in there. I like the Penn story. I still think there's some longer term, there, but it's had a decent move too. I bought this at 76 or 77 a week ago, and it's 82. I mean, these are good moves. So, gone are the times, I believe, unless maybe you're trading AMC, but gone are the times where you're getting these 50% moves overnight and 100% in 2 weeks, and like, oh, I want 200%. I think you got to be satisfied with some of these 20-30% moves in a week and a half. These are huge.
Take your targets. If you get into these things, I mean, the second run up is a lot different than the first run up, just because the sky was the limit. You saw that in Neo when it went almost to $70. But I'm just looking at this thing, and just a number pops out at me. And I don't know if we're going to see that today or the next couple days, but you had 1, 2, 3, 4 highs between 41.22 and 41.95. Not a quad top by any means, but that just tells you some big seller out there was targeting the 41.50 area. Are we going to? That'd be another $1.50 today. I don't think you're going to see that. Perhaps you will. 40.28 is your pre-market high, but if it ran another $1.25, I mean, you just have to respect the 4 highs in the same area. First things first, let's take out that pre-market high of 40.28.
Gone is the condition of oversold on these stocks. They're not oversold anymore, and that was the only reason that I was like getting to where I want to buy some of the growth. I kept saying they're oversold. And I was a day or two early, but I started nibbling and dipping my toes in there because you can kind of see the growth wanted to rally. You can kind of see some stocks giving me a tradable bottom. Like I was saying, like the Fubo, like the Fastly. I was getting hard levels where I could control the risk.
Lean on something to lean on.
Something to lean on, like 40. I was like, it bottomed 3-4 times Fastly. You had a big insider buy down there at 40. I had a lot of reasons why I took a shot at, and I ended up taking a shot at 42 on Fastly. Now it's 47.70. So it's worked out. But now you look and you're like, okay, well, I'm not saying I'm coming and buying it today. I'm leaning towards lightening some of this stuff up. Fubo has been a good move. I mean, from 20 to 24 in a week and a half, or week, is a pretty good move. Do I think Fubo's going to 30 again? No, I kind of just rented this. This is just a trade. That's why I sold half, and am I going to sell the other half today? I might. So, I'll see what happens, but I didn't like the candle on. I didn't like the Friday action on some of these to
I
me.
haven't watched
It looked like
Chris
some
in like a
profit
week.
taking
I
for
should pull
starting
his
some
stream
growth
up.
names. So where
Mark
everybody's
it open
saying,
and
oh yeah,
see what
get the
he's
growth,
got on
growth's
the
getting hot
radar
again. This was the story 10 days ago. At pre-market prep, we try to
for some
stay ahead of the trend.
nice
We try
swing
to get ahead of the
trades.
trend. Where people are starting to say, oh yeah, growth is starting to look good again. No, growth has now run. Some of these stocks have run 20, 30% in a week and a half, 2 weeks. If you're coming here now, you're a little Johnny come lately to the party. So I think it's actually time now to start lightening
Is
up
that a
some of the growth
saying in
names that have
Canada?
run
Maybe?
here for the last
Dennis
week and a
is
half.
from Canada,
Right.
so maybe it is.
Well, let's stick with China for a second here, because what about the rest of the sector? Because China is up basically
China.
uniformly this morning.
What is going on in China? Because I see Baba's up $10 here. So
Yeah.
it's a huge move. I didn't catch the headline. I didn't look that China was trading up. I didn't see why. Like I see FXI trading up $1.50. That's a big move. So we have all the Chinese stocks trading up significantly. Do we have a reason here, chat? Do we have a reason? Baidu's up 5 points. Across the board, they're up.
I've been looking for that. I'm wondering if it's reaction to the headline that they're easing the 2-child policy and now going to the 3-child policy. But that's such an
Oh.
economic
Hear that, Grant?
long-term thing.
China's allowing
know, but
people to
I-
have
I-
3
to
kids
answer your
now
question, I've
instead
not
of only
seen
2.
Any specific headline this morning?
They're saying it's the child policy in the chat too. So right now it's right. If you have 2 kids, then you get taxed if you have a 3rd kid or something, isn't it?
Yeah, they went away from the 1-child policy a few years ago, right? Now they're
Oh,
at
it's
2,
like
but they have the same problem that like Japan has, in that they have a aging population and declining birth rate. Not that they're unique in that. The whole world has a declining birth rate, but China's trying to stimulate that and saying, okay, you can have now 3 children for family. Maybe that's the headline.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like
Need more people to consume long term.
Chinese stocks have not been where the party's at this year, but every one of them is up.
Yeah, huge. I mean, and I think the dip on the Chinese stocks was a buy in a lot of these cases. You know, I like Alibaba. I still don't have my Alibaba. I was thinking about rebuying the other part I sold. I did buy it once, and then I sold it again. And I don't know. Now it's a nice move up. So now I think on dips, I think yes, absolutely. I think I'd be a buyer in some of these stocks on dips. Again, I don't like buying rips. So now you get the big move up. I'd wait a couple days, dust settles, and maybe you get another chance with Baba under 220. But big move here. Big move for all the Chinese stocks.
Yeah, big move.
I like China at this point in time. I like the investable.
You liked it better if you owned it last week, or
Yeah, you don't want to chase. Like that's the whole thing. I you know, as a trade, maybe you can do whatever you want. Like I said, you can do whatever you want. You always have an out. But as an investor, I'm buying dips and selling rips. I'm buying dips on sectors that I like, stocks that I like. I'm selling rips on sectors that I don't like, or stocks that I don't like.
Interesting. You got that that 4 a.m. pop right to 225.40, and then you also just have this daily high here, right at 225.29. So you're getting you know, a little confluence there between your pre-market high and a daily high. You've leaked $2 off that, so I think that's a good target. If in fact it can clear there, nothing on your dailies to get a little higher up. Let's call it 228.60. But first things first, take out the pre-market high. If you're looking just to protect some profits after you made that high, lowest is traded at 222.90. A lot of times with these with Baba, just going back on my memory, you know, a lot of that move is factored in overnight, and then it either digests the move during the day or fades a little bit. So make sure if you're looking for more on this, taking out that pre-market high, 225.
All right, 8:32. We're gonna have Nick join us in a couple of minutes. I already see him here lurking in the background. Real quick though, I do want to ask Dennis to share a quick story if he can on market inefficiencies as it relates to news headlines. You were telling us, Dennis, that you made a trade. Actually, you made a round tripper.
Yeah, I screwed this one up.
You bought a stock. You thought it moved. It didn't move. You sold it, and then it did move after you sold it. So why don't you tell us?
I'm talking AFG here this morning, and AFG is trading up about $9 here this morning because they announced a $14 special dividend. You say, okay, well that makes sense. You know what the messed up thing is? They announced that they were going to do this a week ago. And I bought this thing back on May 19th. Go to your Benfica Pro headline. You can show it, Spencer. Back on Wednesday, May 19th. It was 518 in your pro. American Financial Group today that it intends to pay a special one-time cash dividend of $12 to $14. They already announced that they were going to do this when they closed this sale of whatever the hell, this annuity business. So they announced it. So I bought it back, on Wednesday night because I'm like, okay, well, they're going to pay $12 to $14. That's going to pop. Crickets, man. Thursday morning comes, it doesn't go up at all. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This isn't going to go up? And then Friday is more crickets. It actually starts going down. I'm like, I don't understand at all what is going on here. So I'm like, I'm just out. I actually lost a little bit of money on this because I didn't understand what's going on. You can look back. This is back in 2024. You start leaking 28, 128. I'm like, I don't understand why it was going down when they announced they were going to do a $12 to $14 special dividend. But anyways, the market completely ignored it. Okay, so they officially announced it today. They officially announced it.
Gotta wait for the official announcement.
I'm like, this market is so inefficient. And, I'm stupid. I should have realized that when they officially announce it, not that they intend to. The intent wasn't good enough. You have to officially announce it. So now they officially announce it, and now it goes up $10. So I'm ticked off myself because obviously I made nothing on this, and I was buying on the headline that I was like, if they play a $12 to $14 special dividend, we'll probably pop. They don't always go up the whole dividend amount, but they usually get a good lift from it. And I got nothing. So anyways, official announcement, now it's up $10 this morning, so I have no idea. Would I fade this? I have no idea. I don't know why it didn't pop originally on the news. It makes sense that it's popping, but it would have made sense that it popped back on May 19th when they said they were going to do this. Now they officially do it, and now it pops. So that's this market. But you know what? If you held for the last 2 weeks, before this official announcement, or I guess 8, 9 trading sessions here, congratulations, you're finally rewarded here this morning. I would not buy it up $8 here though, because I already got burned on it once trying to pay up a little bit, figuring that it would go up $8 or $10, and then it went up nothing. So I don't understand the market at all. Very inefficient.
All right, good lesson. Let's bring on our guest here. Nick Shaheen is the author of Create Income with Option Spreads and SellSpreads.com. Mr. Shaheen, how was your long weekend?
It was good, very productive. I feel like I've done some stuff, even though I probably didn't do much. But I tried to relax, catch up on some sleep.
Good.
Sleep was very needed.
Good. What have you been watching?
So I was listening to you guys talking about Baba, and I'll tell you why it popped. Because if it had lost its recent lows, it would have gone down to like 180 or 175. So the alternative was to pop it. News or not, it was in a better long opportunity for it to stock itself out below that it did early May. I think it was 204 and change.
Yeah.
And if you want to gauge on the way up, like you said, Dennis, you were waiting for a dip. If I would use the candle around April 12th. The edges of it, and it's kind of like a doji-ish candle, so I would not chase it into that candle. So also it's now contesting areas that it had trouble with before. So caution on that one with the FXI as well, the whole Chinese market. It was head and shoulder-ish, and now they were trying to recover the neckline. So onus is on the bulls to take that out. This is an agnostic opinion. I don't have a trade on it. I did short the FXI, but I'm out.
Is this just kind of a catch-up trade a little bit? I mean, we've been bouncing back on the SPYs, almost at or making new all-time highs here this morning, and obviously we look at China and it's down, significantly from the highs that we got back to in February. So is this just kind of a little bit of an excuse to come? Maybe this three kid thing is the excuse to come back in and buy some Chinese stocks?
I think you can trade them on their own merit. If you're dealing with the big companies, that's what I'm doing. I'm literally unplugged with the news. I am up to date with the news because I can read the headlines on Twitter and that's right.
Yeah.
And then I dig into facts, like I'm waiting for a report from somebody. I told you that somebody different. So it's been successful to actually trade the fundamental story, like if they have a P&L, and then add to it the technical side of it. And you don't need to be really a technical guru, just basic knowledge of charts, just basic knowledge of charts and no tools could get you going. To avoid the obvious chase mistake, like you said, you don't like to buy the ribs. And it's easy to avoid that. So, if I look around, I have a problem with the fact that we have the biggest tails everywhere as far as stimulus and all of that.
Yeah.
Apparently, there is another check that hit. Has anybody charted the stimulus checks with the small caps complex, like the AMCs and whatever?
That would
I'd
be
be,
good.
I'd
That
be
would be-
interested to see if those.
I would too. You find
Like,
that, send it to me, Nick. I'd be
I know.
interested in
I know
seeing that
two
too.
of them are peaks, last February and now. I know because my son is 19. He got a stimulus check for some reason last week out of nowhere.
What? Wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, $1,400. It said economic relief check. So there are stimuluses.
I want to check my bank account. 1 second.
Yeah. So anyway, he got it, and I asked at the gym. There's all of my people I work out with that were early 20s. They also got checks. So I didn't know there was one coming. So is this part of it? Anyway, but the point is, you can't short anything with hard lines, because unless you put a stop. For example, the EWG, I was short last week. I was green. I didn't book my profits. This is my second go around with it, but I want to stop out because if they do take it out, it's two prior major fails, 2008 and 2018. So it could have a lot to run. So you can't be a bear with conviction. You have to trade whatever is going on in the charts. So if I'm bearish with my opinion, and I am a little bit, I won't fight it. I'll ride it up. I'll flip from bearish to bullish and ride it up, and vice versa. So this morning, I think my VIX feed was broken because the VXX and the VIX were holding up relative to the last prints I see, but then suddenly now the VIX just flashed low 15s. So I had a note to myself, if the VIX is at 15, buy some puts somewhere. Because
it's cheap enough that...
why is it at 15? That's like the olden days. And if it's the olden days, why we have $6 trillion coming into the economy? So it doesn't make sense. So I just want to be flexible and trade both sides whenever they happen. So it's almost like you needed to buy a straddle last week.
And no other trader in chat saying it's college students, and it's college students who claimed as dependents are getting that third and fourth check. So there you go. So I didn't know that. Today I learned.
A
Okay,
lot
Nick,
of
I
these
wanna
college
ask you-
students are
yeah.
throwing them right back into small caps, Nick. So I think you're right.
Yeah. Ride the stimulus checks.
What's the hot stock that I can get? Make this $1,400 into 4,000 or 5,000 in a hurry.
And they are talking stocks, 19-year-olds, which never do. They're talking trucks and cars and girls, and now they're talking stocks and Bitcoin and stuff.
And here's
What's up with Bitcoin now?
No,
Nick?
before you change the subject, Joel, I got another question for Nick here. And I just look at this and you think, okay, well, your college kids are getting, the stimulus checks. The younger generation, they're not interested in making 5-10%. They're not interested in making, they're not interested in Apple and Google because, you know what? Google isn't going up 100% next week. Apple isn't going up 100% next week. But some little small cap might. Do you think this trend lasts? Because maybe it continues for a long time. Maybe small caps, maybe this is the time where small caps really start to outperform mega caps because the whole new generation isn't interested in mega caps.
I think since the SEC is not enforcing the rules of manipulating stock prices from either the hedge fund side or from the boiler room side,
Apparently AMC
they
sold,
need to segregate
like
them like they did with
8.5
the
million
pink
new
sheet.
shares
So
to a hedge
make it a
fund
playground
for like a cost
where
basis of
people know that that's what's
$27.5
going on.
dollars a share.
So that
it's
everybody
been seeing a
that's
bit of a pop today.
participating is a willing participant in manipulation. But if they want to keep the
Still
playground
off its highs.
level,
The other day
like
hit
if
like
I'm not in the
36.
Reddit room, I'm at a disadvantage trying to trade AMC.
For sure.
Because
They were
I'm
talking
not
about its
privy
market
on
cap.
what's going
A
on
couple-
and
you
when
can-
are they
you can
meeting,
still put
when is
that
the
on there.
rave going to be. So
Yeah.
Like
When
the
is
scanner
rave
thing.
or in what warehouse and what packets not to pick up and what
Just
to pick
yeah,
up. Anyway,
like this doesn't have to be in view. It just has to be
So
open
they need to make a
for me to
playground
get
special for that.
my bonus
That's
viewer.
fine. If you want to fight unfair, put them all in one room.
Nick,
to fight
Nick, they did. It's called.
Oh yeah, a couple years ago,
I
apparently in
didn't say that.
October of last year,
kidding.
their entire like AMC's entire market cap
No, I just
was
thought
like
we talked about
less
Bitcoin
than
when you're on
400
a couple
million.
weeks
It was
ago,
like
and
somewhere
it's
between
just
400 and
not the-
200
not
million,
the
something
flavor
like that. They
anymore,
mentioned a few
is, I
different
guess,
numbers. I just remember both
More
were
an
in
AMC
that range.
consolidation
And now
period,
it's,
pull back off
over
the
11
highs.
billion.
I know you were.
Yeah.
I know
So
you
they're
were
like, it
cautious
just,
up there at 50,
it doesn't make
55,
sense, you know.
60K. I mean, is it?
He's like,
is
the
it
story's
at its
hot, so I
run?
wouldn't be
You just
shorting
have
it
a
until the
wild
story dies out
consolidation, Or are you
and
trying to
everything,
lean on
but
that low? I
at
don't
the
think
same
it was
time,
last
like, it
week, but
just
the week before.
Right. Every time we talk about
don't
Bitcoin,
make no
the conversation,
sense.
I always compare it to gold because it is this weird thing that is worth a lot that doesn't do much, right? But besides that point, the trading process for this thing is accumulation over time. So the slam dunk thing to do with Bitcoin is to buy it on every major catastrophe. So wait for the next major catastrophe. So if you want to actually trade it, I can give you my direction on this. If you pull up the weekly chart, you eliminate all the noise, and then you see a lot of tails going into 28 plus. So that means that the market is refusing that area harshly within the week. So it hasn't closed on a weekly basis there. The lowest close I think was 33.4 or something like that.
Yep.
On a weekly basis. So that's your guide. Now, if that fails, so I think the trigger would be if it goes below 30, it can go to like 12 or 9 technically. That's where you add if you bought at 60. But
like
the
your
idea
cut,
is to
G.
accumulate over time, and if you do what Dennis does, you don't chase these
You've seen that
mega
meme?
spikes, and you just
Like
say, you know what,
this
I
black guy
freaking
walks
missed
up
it.
to
I'm
like a
catching next
younger
time.
black guy, and
Then
the guy
you're
just
likely
got
to
like
do
his
better
head
that
shaved
way.
or whatever. Clearly,
So I
and just
wanted to
goes,
get
like,
into
cut,
Ethereum
G.
when it was in
Pop!
the low
Slaps him on
1000s.
the head really hard.
And then by the
I
time
saw
I
a meme
funded
the
my
other day that
account
was
and
like,
everything, it was
when
already
you're in the gym
4,200.
locker room and your
I
homie's
didn't. I funded my
circumcised,
account.
like
I
the
didn't
cut,
buy it
G.
at 4,200. I bought
Smack
it in
him
the
on.
low 2, and I will add if it goes down to 900 or 1,000 or
Smack him on
1,200
the
where I wanted to
schmeckle.
buy it, and I will add and I will add and I will add until I get to my point at the end. So that's the idea that I'm
Bleed.
treating with.
So the only
technically,
to get it
Dry power,
to
too, like,
work,
maybe
and
don't
right
go
now
all
I
in
actually
on
don't
your
even have
position
enough
all at
light on.
once, too.
Of
Like
course.
maybe
But
if
to
you're,
get
if
it
you're
to
going
work,
with that
you have to
strategy,
have. That's why I
you know,
put
the
that
cap,
blue
you
one
would
up.
strategy a certain extent
Because
where she's
even
putting
without
in
that blue one,
0.1% of what she wants
there
in
was like a
every
big
single day for the
spot
next
like right
6
here
months.
where the sun
I
was
mean,
coming
that's
through.
just, she's just dollar cost averaging into it.
So January for Bitcoin, January the
But yeah,
first
you gotta,
weekly
like,
candle, January 4th.
Light
The
and pretty
edges of it
specific
is
getting
the
green
sandbox
screen
we're
to work.
playing in now. The high, the low, and the guts. Use that as a guide as to the price can ping pong in between if you want to buy the low edges
I
of
need to
it.
track that.
exit at
There's
the
a
upper
piece of
edges of it,
legislation right now.
and then know that
that's-
as soon as
I
it
believe
loses
it's
both
bipartisan.
either
It
sides of those
says,
edges, it will
and
carry
if it
momentum in that
passes,
direction.
it allocates 52 billion for chip makers.
What
so
about
that
some
could
of
see
the growth
more
stocks that we've
bullishness,
been
more
talking
strength in
about?
the
They've had
chips.
some nice rallies.
I don't really want
up
to take a
off
swing
the
on
lows,
either of them
maybe
right now because I kind of
Fastly
missed
or a
where they
Datadog
were
or
looking
something.
real good.
I mean,
Like both
getting in is one
Nvidia
thing,
and
getting out's
AMD.
another. The second
Like
part,
AMD's
yeah,
Axing the
still-
trade is an art.
yeah,
Well, almost
talk
20
about,
points off its
you know,
high, but
possible exits
Nvidia
on
is
some of
literally
these
at all-time
things or
highs.
for a moving
So
stock
here's
up.
how I dealt with Fastly. I traded it actively and
I
I
need to
shared it
remember
many
to pull
times.
up
And one of the times I shared it,
Swedish plumber.
it fell apart. So then, but the credit put spread ended up surviving under pressure. So it took big panties, so to speak, to stay in it because it got tested. But here's how I would handle the pressure for myself. I look at the P&L for Fastly. It has a P&L. It is growing fast. And it doesn't have any flagrant fouls as far as fundamentals. So I knew I had the fundamentals to support me. The price to sales is like 17. So I wasn't panicked. So in the credit put spread scenario, where I sell a put and I buy a put below it, it's a bullish position. I wouldn't defend it. I would actually take the stock and sell my protection leg and own the stock with a lower break-even point. So that Fastly situation was easy to handle. But what I'm looking at for the NASDAQ, like you said, all these growth stocks bounced, right? That was job number one for the bulls. Now the question is, will they retest the level from which they just bounced? And if it fails, that's a head and shoulders of sorts. That's a neckline they lost and we're going lower. Or will they use this to attack the necklines that are going into the early May failure points, and can they break out from those? So this week, I don't believe they can do it. That's my binary bet, okay? So it's not a fundamental opinion. It's a binary event at the end of the week. What
I think
Powell's
if
going to
you
say, what the
exit
jobs
that-
are going to say, how will we react to it? So it's two coin flips,
It'll
and we don't know
leave
which
the
way it's
meeting,
going to
yeah.
go. So
For
my
whatever
gut
reason,
is
you
that we
wouldn't
can't
think you'd
bust
need that
through it,
open too, but
and we could come back and retest the neckline and have a tizzy of sorts, and the media will go over crazy, and we'll see what happens after that. So trade it one leg at a time. And the easiest way to hedge a portfolio is by selling bear call spreads, credit call spreads, in the SPX. You say, what if I lose money? It's insurance. You lose money on your insurance every month. That's its job. If you don't lose money on your insurance, it means you crashed something, or you got sick, or your house got burned. So that's its job. Balance a portfolio. Then every day you have something to claim victory on.
And with these stocks too, I mean, they don't necessarily have to, keep going up at the rate that they were. But a lot of times, you look for just for consolidation periods. 2 or 3
Wonder if it
days,
does
4 days,
actually
staying in
lost.
the same area, and then the volume tapers off, and then you get a break out of that range. But this one has just kind of been slow and steady moving up. But
Which one are we talking
I
about
was
now?
just talking about just something like Fastly. I mean,
Okay,
it's
so Fastly,
up,
if you want to talk
up and up,
Fastly,
up and up.
it has a big
So it
gap
went from
down
2
on
to
earnings,
1.
right?
I wonder if
And
that being
it's
a
just
focus
eating
actually
into
changes
that gap.
anything.
Where
It
is it this
shouldn't.
morning before I start talking?
Because
It's
how
flat.
would
Okay, so
how would
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this the counter
Yeah,
know?
sides-
It's at $30 now.
You think the counter just knows if the link is
the
live?
gap. Maybe not. So in my opinion, my experience,
it did.
in
It went
gaps
back
on
up to
earnings
2.
like these, they're very hard to start to fill. Look at the one before it.
Learn
last
something new
earnings
every day,
report, it's
Grok.
still open, right? And the one before it, like 2
Oh,
earnings
yeah, I
ago
see
and
it.
then some, it got filled by after
stream
a lot
gods
of
know.
hard work. So
They're always watching.
I wouldn't chase it going into 60 or 56 because that's where the machines are going to sell it. Try to. So watch the resistance and watch if it retests and fails below 40. I would get out. Not because I expect a disaster, because I don't know where the bottom is. And you think, oh, Fastly will never go there. On its own, it might, but I don't know what kind of environment. They don't trade in the vacuum. So it might fall through no fault of its own. Like if the market's correct 10%, what's going to happen to $40 in Fastly? If it doesn't hold, I don't know where it's going. So it all depends. It has good fundamentals, but I'm not willing to be the guy holding the bag all the way down to 22.
All right, Nick Shaheen is the author of Create Income with the Option Spreads. You can also subscribe to Nick's Benzinga Options newsletter. The link is now in chat. The link is also in the description of the video. I highly recommend that. Nick, always a pleasure. Thanks a lot. Talk to you
Thanks for
again.
the opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. All right, SP, we stuck up to 28 and a quarter, back at 23.75. All-time closing high, right up here at 25 and a quarter. Of course, the all-time high was back on May 10th, and we got up to 38 and a quarter, but already have had nearly a 40-point range. Been getting those kind of ranges overnight, but not so much during the day sessions. But right now, still up 21 handles at 23.50, and AMC just bumped over $30. You're over 31, up 497. Big volume trading in that one as well.
There's a reason I switched to overnight trading 10 years ago as opposed to intraday day trading, because the big moves and the big money happens overnight. I switched back. So if you look at my career, 1999 to 2010, I was a pure day trader, selling everything at 4 o'clock, taking nothing home. I had long-term investments, but just in the trading account, basically I was out. Until 2010, I was out. 4 o'clock, flat, and you know exactly how you did. Now I'm like, I do lots of overnight trading. I take stocks home. I think, what's the catalyst coming up? What are they going to be talking about on CNBC tomorrow? And that's why, like we get the run up into the Ford event, a classic run up. You get, run ups into different things. But I mean, the big moves, Joel, have happened overnight. The statistics show it too. For years, liquidity is lower overnight. This is when the big moves happen. And if you just
stocks are not even. I mean, stocks open for part of it, but I mean, what were the trading on Sunday night, Monday? Taking it down and bringing it back up. But
big moves overnight. I'm not saying everybody should, all of a sudden change their sleep schedule and stay up all night and trade the spoos all night. Just saying, I've introduced overnight trading into my P&L in the last 10 years, and it was the best decision that I've done.
That's why we started pre-market prep.
Yeah,
right?
Because there's lots of opportunity in overnight trading. You hear day trading. I am an overnight trader. I try to predict what they're going to be talking about tomorrow. Like buying earnings stocks 2 days before they report. Why? Because they're probably going to be talking about it nonstop, and that'll push the price up if they're talking about it nonstop in the media on CNBC. So, it's a classic example. Run up into the earnings. Why? Because they're going to talk about it. So, and sometimes it's just the money's going to flow into that. You've got jockeying ahead, people speculating, oh, I think this company's going to blow it away. So there's all those reasons why these stocks tend to gravitate upwards ahead of their earnings reports. So, I mean, there's lots of different, strategies with overnight trading, but just trying to tell you what Joel's pointing out is we've got a 40-point overnight range. I mean, the big moves have already been made. The big money has already been made here overnight. You know, sometimes they have some reversals, sometimes they have some other things that happen intraday, but a lot of money made overnight.
All right. What else I did see some analyst ratings there. Nothing super jumped out to me on them. Analyst Tuesday, but maybe with the 3-day.
There was one I saw.
I mentioned the Neo earlier. The big one, aside from Neo, Citigroup again going to buy.
I would say it's Boeing.
Yeah, you know what? That's interesting as well. I saw that one. Let me pull it up because I saw it come across my screen and I didn't read the whole thing.
I'm mad at myself here. When I bought Las Vegas Sands a week and a half ago, I thought about Boeing as well. And I'm like, I should buy Boeing too. It was like 225 then or 230. And I'm like, if Boeing had the big run, it's come all the way back to where it was. And like, I should rebuy this, and I did not. And I'm mad at myself for it. Now you get an upgrade.
Yeah.
This could kickstart. I think there's room to 260 on Boeing. I don't own it. I wish I did. I picked the wrong one, obviously, because Las Vegas Sands hasn't done nearly as well as Boeing has in the last week and a half. But I think the reopening trade is for real. I think Cowan, probably the trade here this morning, is saying that the reopening trade is for real. I just think that there's, still upside here in Boeing.
290 is what Cowan says Boeing will be at in 12 months. Outperform rating.
It's not going away. I mean, I look at where you are in the U.S. I look at where we will be in Canada here eventually. I'm getting vaccinated on Wednesday. I mean, as the vaccination rates go up, people are out there and they want to do stuff again. I mean, you saw it in Nashville. You were just in Traverse City. I'm sure there's lots of people getting out there, spending money, doing things. The reopening trade is for real. And I mean, the AMC. Is for real. People are going to go to theaters like crazy off the hop here. And, it's not surprising that maybe a stock like this, you can say, well, there is fundamentals behind it, and there is to a certain extent. Now, I just argue that 200 million to 11 billion, a lot of that good news is priced in. Maybe there's some better places, safer places for your money, but the reopening trade is for real.
I saw that some airlines are banning alcohol sales now because of and rowdiness and stuff, man. You think people be happy enough just getting that plane and going somewhere, why do you need to get in a fight?
On my flight to Nashville, it wasn't exactly like a huge plane. It was on the smaller side. They ran out of alcohol.
Everybody's getting up, doing it up, and having a party. They drink them right out.
I was in the back of the plane. By the time they got
Did you drink all the alcohol?
By the time they got to me, there was no alcohol.
You didn't mosey up to the stewardess back there to see if they had anything, any extra stash back there at all?
He's like, oh, you got a little hidden. I know you got a little hidden one back there just for your good customers.
On the earnings note, here's the calendar for the week. Not a ton, but we do have Zoom tonight, which is interesting. Yeah. We have Canopy Growth this morning. We can talk about that.
Did they report already?
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah, let's talk CGC.
Losses wide. Their sales came in above estimates, but the losses are widening. I haven't looked too much at what
does that matter
this morning. I don't know.
It's had a good run, but I don't know. It sold off so much. The hard stock. It always earnings can be turning events. So you almost got to wait for a day. Let everybody that's speculating jump in and trade their earnings and see what happens. But this thing can hold up and go green again. Maybe it starts to get kickstarted again. I don't mind buying dips on this from a technical basis, but I think I'd wait a day until it digests the earnings.
Nice move, really, from 22 to over 26. Not much over 26. If you 26.55, recent low at 22. So if you're looking to buy the dip, there's a little. Wow, we're still $1.85 away from this $24 level. Couple lows in that area, coming back on the upside. I don't know. This one's being sneaky on an earnings day. They don't like to report, but it's not that red. So you get above 26.09. Take a look at that 20.65. And if you're looking for like a really better level, a hard level to lean on the upside, a lot of congestion in 28. That was from the end of April and early May.
All right, wait. Mark Budd is asking if the Nasdaq will halt trading on AMC if it goes too high. I don't think we're anywhere near that territory yet. I mean, AMC is.
You have volatility halts all the time.
Right.
We get the 5-minute volatility pauses. That's the infrastructure that's in place on everything. So if you're talking the 5-minute halts, I mean, those happen. The 5-minute volatility pauses.
I'm not sure that's what Mark is referring.
But if you're talking a long-term halt, it's rare for an exchange to just step in and halt the because of price movement and asking the company for news. You know, that's rare to happen. The volatility pauses happen all the time. I'm sure you'll see volatility pauses in a lot of these stocks, but for the exchange to come in and say we need more news, why is the stock trading? Very rare for an exchange to do that.
Right, and let's remember, we still have the precedent in January, right? So AMC, is well above those levels now, but GameStop, I would argue GameStop was crazier then than AMC is now.
But they never halted GameStop,
Right,
did they?
that's what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah, so they didn't do it GameStop. I don't know why they would do it now.
Right, that's my point. I don't know why.
This is a very important day for AMC. It's gonna, like, I don't know if we're gonna call an inside candle, Joel, but it could easily have an inside candle, 24 to 36, 50% range on Friday. An inside candle's probably not that bold of a call. But you get up near the 35, 36, you got a few bag holders that would probably be selling. You get down near Friday's lows at 24, 25, you probably got buyers. I do think the vote of confidence is worth something. I'm not surprised the stock is trading up. I think you'll find support down to 27, where Mudrick Capital is taking an investment. But for me, if I was in this, it would just be a trade. I have no position in it right now. Maybe I'll day trade it a bit, but it's tough stock. Tough stock to call.
All right, I'm gonna hop over to premarketprep.com. Missed a lot of symbols here, so I'm gonna hop over there, check out the site, did a lot of hard work on it. And let's get these symbols done and get some levels headed into the open. So Spencer will catch you at 3:30.
All right,
Dennis, go get them.
Catch you guys a little bit later. A couple of programming notes. So we're usual stuff today, usual stuff tomorrow. Thursday and Friday we have our next cannabis capital conference. So we're gonna have pre-market prep on those days, and then after pre-market prep ends, no usual shows until like the evening, because we've got the cannabis conference going from like 9 to like 5:30. So if you don't know what's going to happen here, check out this trailer for the cannabis conference Thursday and Friday. Again, it's a free conference. You can go to bzcannabis.com to learn more, or just you can watch it again right here on youtube.com/Benzinga. Before I bring on Matt Hammond to talk IPOs, I want to remind you all that our 100,000 subscriber giveaway is ongoing. We have not gotten to the threshold yet. We're a little over 98,000 subs. We are giving away one free share of Tesla after we cross that 100,000 subscriber mark. Here is how you can enter. I just put the link in chat. It's also in the description. So again, the clean code, YouTube code is SlimeRaz. All right, let's talk IPOs. Let's bring on Matt Hammond from IPO Warriors. Matt, hope you had a great weekend, sir. Short week this week. Does that mean the IPO calendar is any less busy?
It does. The IPO calendar is a little bit advanced this week. There is always the chance that we will get one of these stealth IPOs, and I have seen some kind of hints that we should at least be on our toes and be ready to jump in if this one that's sort of teasing us in the shadows does come live. But this is a good time to kind of brush up on our strategies, a good time to kind of prepare yourself for the next wave. These things do kind of come and in bunches. We just had a bunch last week that did pretty well, and this week we have a little bit of a time to breathe and focus on balancing our portfolio a little bit and prepare for the possibility of one of these special kind of Chinese crazy IPOs. So last week last week we had Paymentus. ZipRecruiter was a direct listing. Figs and Centessa. These were the kind of top performers of these ones that I called out were Paymentus and Figs. And they all kind of followed a pretty similar trading strategy that is something I've mentioned before, and we have a little bit of extra time this week, so we can focus on some strategy plays, some strategy talk. The strategy I want to talk about today is the 50-50 exit strategy. And this is kind of balancing your exits where, you know, a lot of people are like, when should I sell? When should I sell? I said, well, sell when you're up and sell in portions. You know, that initial spike is a great time to take some profit and put it in your pocket. Then you can let the rest ride and, you know, hold for the day 2 rally, hold for that end of day 1 spike. You're in a little bit more flexibility, you've built a little confidence, you put some money in your pocket, and you're giving yourself a chance to profit, and then maybe profit some more. And this is a strategy that I like to play, and I often kick myself when I don't play it. Got a little bit lucky this week with one time I didn't play it, but let's jump into it so I can really show you what this means. Cursor up here. Okay, so Paymentus. I like Paymentus. We talked about how it's profitable, how it's growing. And as you'll see, it opened up 28.76, and it gave us a nice little run up to 30.76. So if you sell half of your position right here, you know, you're in a good little 5% win, 4 to 5% win area. And you have to remember, this was a low float to begin with. This was a 10 million shares, so you're going to see that the trading gets really spotty by day 3. The volume really dried up. And even though you got a run up here, it's not easy to liquidate, you know, 1,000 shares or 2,000 shares if you're playing this with bigger volume. You know, each one of these orders might only be 100 shares or 500 shares at a time. So if you're playing a low float, you know, not super popular IPO, you're going to get the most volume on this first day. By the second day, you might not get that run, and you might be ended, you know, like me, you might end up holding some shares here into the second day run, and it got a little bit tricky, and I'll go over this in a minute because there's some really great strategies you can use to optimize your profits here. You want to look for take this profit, take at least some profit off the table right on this spike. Saw a similar thing here with ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter opened up at 20, which was, you know, the indication price, so you're not paying a huge premium. If I hadn't already been playing pay, I might have jumped into ZipRecruiter at this price. It gave a little bit of a dip, but just for a minute, and then it ran. Where it runs up here to 21.50, 21.40, you can take some profit out right here, and then you can wait and see what happens. A lot of times when we see these popular brand name IPOs with retail recognition, retail demand is going to show up after this media cycle. We talk about that a lot, about how after the first day, the media picks up and says, oh, ZipRecruiter jumps 10% or 15% off of the IPO, and a bunch of people who weren't even following the IPO, who aren't watching this show, who aren't getting the newsletter over at IPOwarriors.com. Hint, go sign up for it. They come home from work, they read the newspaper, they see the headlines about ZipRecruiter, they say, oh, that's a great company, that's how I got my job. Oh, we use them all the time, they're going to do great. And you see that a lot of times on the day 2, we get this morning rally where people who weren't aware of the stock before, heard about it on the news, read about it in their news feeds from Google, and we see a rally into day 2. So I really like to play this strategy where I'm taking 50% off on the initial run, and then letting this, if I have a lot of confidence in the stock, this, you know, you want to measure your confidence level on this kind of play. And if you are confident, still take some, at least, you know, 30, 40, 50% off initially, and then give yourself a chance, give the stock a chance to run on that second day and take profits on that initial run. And if you really want to let it go, you can set a stop loss maybe underneath this flag, let it run to 21.76. Sometimes we see these step up and, you know, this is what I really like about the 50-50 play. 50-50, I mean, that's 20-20, 20-20, 20. 30, you can do it like that. Figs was one that I had a lot of confidence in. E-Trade kind of tripped me up here because they were offering this to traders, offering IPO allocations. I submitted a request for allocation, did not get a fill, which gave me a good indication that this was going to have high demand. But then they forgot to undo when they are offering an allocation, they suspend trading market for about a few minutes before it debuts, and they forgot to remove the suspension until after it had already kind of made its initial run. It was about 10 minutes in before I was able to even place an order, and by that point I was a spectator. I was a little bit peeved by that, but nonetheless, you see the strategy of letting it run. Either take off on this first, spike up, or if you had a little bit more confidence, let it run to the second spike. You should be taking profits right here, at least some. Then let it run. Anomalous spike at the end of the day. But if you did hold through day 2, took a little heat there, but nothing below your entry point. And then you got step. So there was a lot of reasons to see, to have bullish confidence in this play. One thing that I'm starting to recognize a little bit is that some of these stocks that have female CEOs are getting a lot of interest from Wall Street. There's a lot of pressure on investment companies to support female-led businesses. Figs is a female-led business. It's a highly profitable, growing company with a lot of space to expand into other industries. Got a lot of positive media coverage overnight, and there's a reasonable intention to have second day confidence in this. If you did, you were rewarded pretty handily. Centessa Pharmaceuticals, I don't play biotechs usually because demand can disappear. I really don't understand them very well. I did like what I read about Centessa. They really built a company that's not just about a single drug, but is about creating companies that have, they have multiple, they have about 9 drugs in the pipeline. They have a drug that's in stage 3 trials. There was a reason to pay attention to this. I didn't play it. I was still exiting my Paymentus position. But you see, this one gave you a plot of comfort. It pretty much went straight up to about a 10%. At this point, you take half the profits here. It went into to a pennant formation, and then ran again, take another 20%. Exit the position fully at 20%. That would have been a very straightforward play. No need to overthink this. No need to hold this. You don't want to be stuck in a pharma play for 2 or 3 days. They usually don't get the kind of retail recognition or media hype that the brand name will get. Your average trader doesn't know anything about pharmaceutical drugs, so a cool one to play. If you played it, congratulations. Okay, I did want to talk a little bit about how to exit low volume trades. You see this a lot if you're playing IPOs. You'll see stocks that you got into, maybe you thought they'd do a day 2 run, or even if they do a day 2 run, you end up in a situation where you're trying to get out with not a lot of demand. Doesn't mean you can't take profits, but you really need to exercise a strategy in optimizing those profits, because we're seeing a big spread in the buy and the ask orders. So with Paymentus, which we'll get to in a second, we saw buy orders that were like $30.25 and ask orders that were like $31.50. And if you just sold at the market, you were cutting yourself out of $1.50 per share. Whereas if you took a little bit of patience and set an ask order just below the next big ask order in the level 2 sell orders, you set yourself up to take a substantially larger profit. And by watching those level 2 ask orders, which I'm saying here, especially when it's bullish, when the stock starts moving up, that's where you want to start trying to undercut the other ask orders. So you're not selling at the bid, which can be 50 cents, $1, $1.50 per share lower than the ask. You want to kind of like take out portions of your position. So I had 800 shares, and I didn't want to just set one sell order at 800 shares. I wanted to put sell orders of 100 shares or 200 shares. That way the other big sellers aren't undercutting me. You don't want to get into this jockeying thing where you're both pushing yourselves down. You'll just push the price down, and it becomes kind of a tug of war between the bidders and the sellers. But it also becomes a little bit of a jockeying game between the sellers to try to get in front of get cut to the front of the line. Now, if the action is bearish, if you can see that it's reached its peak and now it's dropping down, well, now you might just want to get out with a limit order at the bid order price. Just take your money while the buyers are in the market, because once they're gone, they might not show up again. And here you can see it very clearly. This is the end of the day of Paymentus. Right around here, this is about 3 o'clock. It started building up, and you can see it went from about 29.30, and it peaked over at 31.80. So at this point, these are very thin order. It's a very thin order volume here, and we were seriously seeing, this might have been 3 trades, 1 trade here, 1 trade here, and 1 trade here. So if I had just sold at the market, I would have gotten out here and here and here. Instead, I kept setting my limit orders just above this, just above this, just above this, and I managed to get out of at least a handful of shares up here at 31.85, which is actually right here, just perfectly dangling my lure up to where the fish were having to jump out of the water to catch it. Once it got bearish, well, now you want to start just selling with what you can get, and you don't want to be holding all your shares, or a big portion of shares once volume completely disappears. But you really could be stuck with this stock for a while, and I'm trying to get my position out going into a 3-day weekend. You don't know what's going to be happening after the 3-day weekend, and I want to be liquid so I can play additional IPOs as they come along. And just to review this a little bit more clearly so you guys can really see what I'm talking about, when it's bullish and you want to exit from the low volume, you want to set your limit price right below the next big level 2 ask order. So here we see how many shares there are. Okay, 200, 200. I'm going to probably try to get out right here with maybe 22.95, or at least I'm going to let my order sit there for a little while and watch. You can see here we've got 21.07 was the bid, 22.27. So you got $1.20 difference in your profits, which if you're 200 shares, that's $200, more than that. So this is why it's important to really manage these. Look at that level 2 data and set your limit orders, at a competitive, but not, you don't want to be on the other side of this guy, because he's going to take a while to get out of his position. You want to be getting out before that guy. So in this situation, you want to tempt the buyer, but you want to discount the big seller. The next situation is when it's bearish. Now it's starting to go down. The stock is, the price is starting to drop. You can see that, maybe the number of bids is pretty thin. You don't want to be stuck with this, and you're saying, okay, well, maybe I bought at 20, so I'm willing to get out here with a profit. I don't want to go into the weekend with this. You just set a limit order right at the bid, get out, or even below it. You'll still get filled at the bid price, just to get rid of your shares, take your profit, and sell while the fish are still biting. You have any questions about that, Spencer, or am I just going to jump into the IPOs here?
We got about 9 minutes left, so go for it.
Okay. And just to recap, this is a great strategy for any time you're trying to. Any day trader will tell you don't day trade stocks with low volume. You want volume, but anytime you do get stuck in a position where you're trying to exit a stock that's not delivering a lot of volume, this is a good strategy. This is what I like about IPO trading. It will teach you a lot of skills that you can apply to general trading. So this week's featured IPOs, there's really only one on the calendar, and that is D-Local, which we'll talk about in a second. But we can't ignore the possibility of a stealth IPO coming along and giving us a great opportunity, though not without risk, to take massive profits. So first, let's go with what we do know is on this calendar here. We've got D-Local, ticker DLO, scheduled to debut on June 3rd. And what this company does is provides localized online payment solutions for emerging countries. So, for example, Microsoft is selling their software in Nigeria. They don't have and don't want to get all caught up in how to set up online payments and banking and all this complicated stuff in a country like Nigeria. So they come to dLocal, and dLocal provides them with the payment gateway solution for enabling online purchases of Microsoft products in Nigeria. Same, Amazon uses it in some countries. Didi uses it in Argentina. So they have, Didi is China's largest rideshare company. It's the Uber of China. They also operate in other markets in the world. And so the point is, dLocal has major customers. They're incredibly profitable. They're growing revenues at an insane rate, 124% year over year, growing profits at 110% year over year. These are some of the biggest numbers that we've seen in terms of startups that I've never heard of. Their IPO is a little bit pricey. Their indication price is already 39 times revenue. So, you're paying for growth, but you're also paying for a company that's already profitable. The float is, I believe, 29.4 million shares. And interestingly enough, I think about 75% of that is insider sales. So they're not really raising that much money. They are raising, I think, about 25-30% of it. But I think the point is that they're giving their insiders an opportunity to capitalize on their long-term investments. They're not in need of cash flow. But there are some, they said they're using their money for possible takeovers, improving business. But this is, I think, when I look at some of the other global Flywire wasn't quite the same thing. But some of these international payment things, they've done pretty well on the IPO. So as long as we don't see a ridiculous premium between the IPO price and the debut price, this one is, and it's the only one this week, so I'm sure I'll be playing it. Question is how heavily and what strategy I'll use, but I think that there's a reason to believe that this will be popular, and at least for a 50-50 play, if not just take all the money out at the beginning. It is on a Thursday. I don't want to get stuck on a Friday trying to jockey out of this one, but it's the only one on the radar so far. And speaking of radar, let's jump into what I think might pop up this week, which is a stealth IPO. You got something for me, Spencer?
No, keep going.
Okay. So the stealth IPOs, we've talked about these before. I send out the updates in the newsletter when I find these. If it does show up on the calendar, it'll usually be either late at night the night before or early in the morning the day of. If you sign up for the newsletter at ipowarriors.com, you will get those alerts. Now, the stealth IPOs, some of them have run up 900% over 2 days. We're talking about UTME. We're talking about TIRX. We're talking about EJH from 2 weeks ago. If you want to go back and check those symbols, you're going to wish you had been in on those. It doesn't mean that every single one of them runs, but there are, the ones that I have caught have so far offset the losses that I took that it's ridiculous. I mean, I took TIRX. I bought it at 17 on the debut, and it jumped to 50. I mean, and I had 1,000 shares, so $33,000 in, just had to sit through the halt. So the signs that we've seen on all of these, the things that they have in common is that they're Chinese companies that you've never heard of. EJH 2 weeks ago, it's a house cleaning and appliance services company. I mean, there's no reason why you would want to own that stock. But it debuted at something like 16 and ran up to, I think it was 50, 45, something like that. So, you want to be in these if you can spot them. This one is private education company. Okay, who cares? They all usually indicate, at least they're priced at $4 to $5, usually $5. The float is almost always 5 million shares, and we never hear about these until the day of or the day before. In fact, most of the time they debut without anybody hearing about them, and I have my theories on what they're really doing, and I believe that there's some serious money laundering, or, well, that's my best guess. People moving out their money out of China into Western markets by,
So far, great action in the triple ETFs. I'll add to this HEQ. I already added some pre-market. I'll add more. Silver is breaking out of a big flag. Beely, nice move since Friday. BDC is finally going. EM is starting to break out of this long multi-month flag. I mean, this thing has a lot of potential. I'm diamond hands on these things. Volume super low, okay. I'll try to raise it a little bit more in the settings. Okay, what about now? Is it better? It's better, okay. Oh, it was that bad, okay. Oh, okay, let's see. 4.
What? Fart.
All right. I maxed it now. There's probably some setting in XSplit that I have to change. Yeah, oil. Everything is strong. Is it voice of God now? Demigod? Alright, so my main game plan will be AMC on the short side. If it shows some weakness. And I'm probably gonna get long like NRGU and ERX, the triple oil ETFs. Some of them have already gone, like, which ones? Wait, like, no, wait. No, I was thinking about something else. Never mind. Financials are going. I was looking at FAS, but this thing broke out on Thursday. Today would be a Chase entry, so I'm gonna pass on that one. Or gonna pass on the financials. Maybe do DPSD. I don't know. It looks like a barcode. VTNR. We'll see. I'm gonna watch it later. Maybe off stream, like hour and a half after the open. I'm gonna start watching it. I can find a good risk reward entry. BNTX, I sized down a little bit on Friday before the close. It didn't close as strong, but it's still building higher lows, and we'll see if it starts taking out the 207 area. I'll add back. other than that, yeah. Yeah, good luck everyone. The RX looks beautiful. DQ potential building a pocket pivot here. This thing looks great on the weekly. DQ front run. I don't know if you're trolling or whatever you're doing, but that's just stupid. Tiger, nice move since the EP. It's a little bit too liquid for me. But that was a very good. And it could just be started. This thing could go back to 35.40. Come on, AMC. Get back to 20 bucks. Man, nice lockout rally so far. Para long? What the hell is oh, you mean okay, mean version long? Yeah, could be. It's at two. It's down. Yeah, 57% in 2 sessions, and today is the 3rd day, undercutting the 20. Yeah, it could be a good setup. Could be potentially a good one. Not a bad find. A good find actually. Gold miner ETFs are having nice flag breakouts. I've read and listened everything about Druckenmiller. I think he's one of the best money managers ever, one of the best traders ever. And I tried to like imitate his mindset. We can talk more about Druckenmiller later. I think most people would benefit from thinking more like Druckenmiller, especially his philosophy about being able to change his mind. That's the guy from... Are you fucking kidding me? The guy from that Spotify interview? You don't know what Druckenmiller is? Stop trading. He's you should just Google him and read everything you can about him. Watch every interview find with him. Well, the Druckenmiller does use stops. He does use price as his exit point. But he doesn't believe in hard stops. Yeah, exactly. I reacted that, on that one too. The guy on the Spotify podcast is like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Oh man, so many oil gas names having beautiful breakouts today. Jesus Christ. It's the easiest way just to the ETFs because they all look the same. And the ETFs, the triple ones, are faster than most of the individual names. Like ERX and NRGU are the fastest ones. Euro. Yeah, it looked good 2 sessions ago. URNM too. They're gone. They're gone. Focus on something else. Yeah, Gush, this Gush broke out on Thursday.
Getting a bit extended
It used to
here.
be
Almost at
triple,
one full ATR.
but after COVID,
hard
a
to
lot of the
get long
triple
here, but
ETFs went
AMD's
double
still been so strong.
because of mathematics.
It's also hard to get short. Nasdaq's pulling back a little.
Alright, let's see here. So AMC staying up for now.
See what it looks like if we're going to touch VWAP or hold that
AMM.
9-day moving average right here.
Okay. What's wrong with this AMM? Is this an
A
explosive
lot of times
mover?
once you reach one ATR,
What's
you'll
the
see
ADR in
a
this
lot of
thing?
people who are doing day trading kind of scale out, but it'll get caught because people are still holding the swing, especially with that news that AMD just got Tesla as a customer. I didn't read into that news. I don't know to what extent that relationship goes, but it's definitely good news.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. Like I
For an
keep telling
already
this, if
bullish
you have less
stock.
than 10 million in your trading accounts, you have no business trading
Tesla's up $8 on the
anything
day.
that's as less ADR than 5. It's a waste of time.
Chris says
You're
that, and here I am
you know,
trading a stock that has an
you're
ATR
settling
of
for mediocrity.
2.6. I really should start doing some more swing trading though. Where's SCTG? 259. Some of the energy names have been looking pretty good. Let's see if this kind of flags out here, forms a little bit of a range, or if it keeps falling. That's a pretty sharp move down to see like a V right back up. Usually you'll see a bit of a flag form, and then it'll go sideways for a little bit and then pop up. So it looks like, where's this?
And the reason I'm adding to my silver ETF and not buying any of these GDX, GDXJ, etc. The gold miner ETFs or Nugget, even though they're breaking out of nice flags, is because gold is kinda extended short term. I don't think it's gonna do well over the next few weeks or months. I think it needs a few months of sideways here.
That's a lot.
It does look great on the weekly and
monthly.
monthly. It just needs a few months of sideways. While silver is just breaking out of a like a, I don't know, 7-8 month flag. You know, look at this. It's been building higher lows since July last year. And it's been building, you know, accelerated higher lows for the past 2-3 months.
Scalping's too much work.
So I think silver's gonna outperform, at least in the short term. But we'll see.
I can't really get long on this here because it's not giving me like any consolidation area. That's why that V, if it forms kind of a V, it's too hard to trade. It needs to form a bit of a flag.
Okay.
Come back down. It's kind of respecting that 9-day
Are you sure you mean
average.
DSS? Because it looks like absolute dog shit.
But I want to see at least 2 or 3 candles. At least one more candle after this one in a range.
Oh, DDS?
Before I take a stab at it.
Yeah, that's a good one. This looks like this looks
Nasdaq's
like the
off
opposite
pretty
of
hard.
dog shit.
I mean, not like insane, not like
Spelling matters,
a crash,
guys.
but it's
Spelling
down.
matters. It really does.
What is that about?
And if you only get to
5
type every
handles
2
from its high
minutes,
of the day.
it really matters even more.
Man, I think it's gonna pop up here, but once again, it's not really within my parameters if it pops here to take a stab at it. Okay, so that 82.60 level's getting sold to some degree. A lot of green on the tape there, though. And semiconductors are showing a lot of strength. Nasdaq's kind of sideways, actually down a little on the day. I guess technically it's up $1 since Friday's close, but from the open we're down about 50 cents.
Yes, that's true. Be creative. You know, rules are not set in stone. Be creative.
Energy sectors.
That's
really
a very
green.
good idea. If you want to generate cash
So are all
flow
these semiconductors.
and not maximize account growth, yes, selling aggressively is very important. If you want to prioritize consistency and cash flow over maximizing profits, yes, you gotta be more aggressive in selling because you're gonna be more consistent throughout these different market cycles.
More aggressive in selling, yeah.
While
there's
someone
like a
who
famous
looks for
investor
big moves may not make money in a choppy
slash
environment.
banker.
You can
Was
still
it, I
generate
think it was
cash flow
JP
in a
Morgan
choppy
that actually said
environment.
he
In a
got
really
rich
good
by
market,
selling too early. Because everyone, you
you're
know,
not
like
gonna generate
if
as
you
much
sell
money.
something and it goes higher, everyone's like, "Oh, I could have got
kinda-
more," but you never went
But you will
broke
probably
taking
make
profit.
money much more
So
consistent.
sometimes it's better to just take it. That was just a quick stab. I think this might revert to a VWAP, but that was about $10 right there. Because this thing's shown so much strength that where my head kind of tells me it might revert to this range, the volume weighted average price. This thing's showing such strength that I don't want to. If I see some money, I'm gonna just take it. I'm pretty much even on the day. right now. Man, Nasdaq's still pulling back pretty good. That makes me think this should drop more, but it's shown such relative strength that I can't be too short biased on it, because you can get burnt pretty heavy on short. Nasdaq's still pulling back. We're at about 80% of an ATR on this, so logically this should pull back, but the market doesn't always act logically. So there's that. If we hit about 82, I'd definitely be long biased. Or if we seem to get bought up in this range.
Alright, the EMC is grinding back. I hope it goes higher. I just wished it would go lower today, but heck. It would be great if it goes to 50 or 60 this week. A lot of these indices are getting a bit
we're below the 9, above the VWAP.
Extended short
this is
term.
Kind of what I'd call no man's land.
Like the semis
You
have
don't
been
want to be
straight
bidding
up.
on a stock here because it's a coin flip as to if it'll pop there or
This is a
drop.
sector I would like to own over the next few quarters. I mean, there's just all the time you're hearing about these chip shortages.
Yeah. SMH must
And
be weighted for Nvidia.
Constantly showing relative strength, so you know. Gotta listen.
Because Nvidia is the only chip maker really that's not green on the day. And the only reason it's not green isn't because it's not strong. It's just it hit all-time highs Friday. So usually after that, people scale back parts of their position,
Yeah,
take some profit.
it just won't go. Oh well.
I kind of want to take a stab at this, but unless it's down here on the VWAP, then I can't really logically rationalize getting long at the moment. Nasdaq still pulling back. We're at 334.40. High of the day is 335.80. So we're over $1 off the high, which once again kind of leads me to think that this should go down too, because 80% of stocks follow the indexes SPY and NASDAQ. And of course, AMD is listed on the NASDAQ, as you can see up over here.
Where's the pocket pivot on Playboy? I don't see a pocket pivot there.
Pocket pivot. I need to take some time and read through all of Chris's stuff. Chris is the person you hear talking. He does a daily stream as well. He's a much more experienced person than myself. I'll put his.
ENG. Not really my type of setup.
QU. He does a really good job. He's what makes me want to be more of a swing trader than a scalper, because swing trading is generally more profit and less work. You gotta stalk stuff. I guess I shouldn't say less work. It's different work. So we closed in at the bottom of that little consolidation there.
Yeah,
at about
Roblox, right?
82.19, 82.20.
Oh man.
So if we can get a couple
Oh, man.
candles
This
that are
thing
kind of
probably
tight
goes
in
to
a range here,
150 or something.
somewhere
yeah.
right in this,
Could
from
very easily go to
82.50 to
150. That's a
82.20,
double from the breakout level.
then I'd be willing to take a stab at it.
But it's gonna do it without me.
SPY and the NASDAQ still pulling back. Nasdaq looks like it's getting caught.
More money than God. I don't think I've read it. I probably should. Yeah. What type of stops did you use when you traded low price stocks? Market stops.
I'd have to give one here a little more room if I took a stab at it, so I'm going to lower my share size because this is the bottom of my my range, but it's also not quite at the VWAP yet, and I'd want to give it enough room to ride the VWAP before I got out. But if it breaks the range, I might just stop out. It's kind of holding that 82.20 range. My profit level will be about the top of this candle. So I'm going to go ahead and set my shares there.
Well, so far this silver breakout has
if it hits those shares,
been a little bit disappointing, but gonna try to have some white stops on these things. As long as it's technically valid.
I'll give it another candle. Unless it breaks pretty convincingly here.
Can I go through NRGU? Yes, it's a triple oil ETF.
Nasdaq's getting caught. At least to some degree. It's moving back up towards its 9-day moving
it's a
average.
triple ETF on XLE. A Spider
26.
Sector Energy ETF.
So we're going to take...
This thing
we're
has
gonna
an
set shares
ADR
at 36.
2.4. But why trade something with an ADR 2.4 when you can trade something with an ADR 7.6? Look at the move it made from this little breakout here. Almost 55%. XLE only went up 14%. Now if it goes up another 14%, what type of move do you think this NRGU will make? Is it gonna make bigger or smaller than a 14% move? Cool.
SPY seems to be turning around a little bit too. It's got 3 green candles. Nasdaq's in on 4. So back in my mind, if this doesn't ride the VWAP and pop, if it breaks this VWAP here,
Oh, come
then
on,
I'd be
HQ,
out
let's
for a
go.
loss. Otherwise, I'd be looking to take profit at about 82.40. So it looks like might be respecting that VWAP a bit.
Oh, nice.
We're going to look for a climb to about the top of this candle, not quite the top. But that's a little over halfway through our range. So there's a high probability that it hits there. And if it does hit there, we'll be taking about 25 bucks, no, 30 bucks profit. So we'll give it just a minute to work here. Hopefully it hits that. Nasdaq's pulling back again.
Well,
But it's
that
still within our
HEQ
range, so we're okay.
bounce was not long-lived. So AMC built a lower high intraday. I'm gonna look for spots to add later. Well, fuck you, HEQ. Is gold having same volatility? Was there some kind of news out there? There must be some central banker that said something. Only central bankers can make moves like these. What are my thoughts on what Tony Grable, blah blah blah. Okay. I have no thoughts on that.
I can't see his chat right now, but that's pretty good.
If you spend
Up to my thoughts on
a few
something,
hundred
something, blah, blah,
hours
blah.
studying good breakouts, you'll find the answer on yourself. For that yourself. Which way is better? Where to put the stop? No, I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. Takes too much time. Oh, for fuck's sake, HEQ, you piece of... So what central banker said what? Population 1 in Oculus? No. I sized down on this HEQ. The wick was not mine, by the way. I used the limit order. I don't know who the hell wicked that thing.
Okay. So that quick entry and exit there, obviously it was really small, but that actually just reverted the last trade. So the last one lost about $10, and that one remade that $10. It was in a really high probability area there. As you can see, the 20-day and the 9-day are on either side of the VWAP, and it's floating on the VWAP in between the 9 and the 20. So technically, if you trade off of technicals, that's a very high probability scenario.
Well, BNTX is still building higher lows. It's surfing the 10 EMA. 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 10 Guess I missed this VT and
Here in about 20 minutes, we'll start to see volume drop, and the pace of everything will slow down a bit because it's a full hour after the open. A vast majority of trading happens in the first hour and the last hour of the market day.
And again, you wait for until the stock is under VWAP, and then you can short. You don't have to pick a top. Too bad it didn't go to 15 or something. That would have been great. Yeah, I would love to see, you know, a week of sideways. Let the 10-day to 20-day catch up in these indices and sectors that have been rallying. That would be great.
Yeah.
Well, BNT,
Definitely agree with what he said there. It'd be nice, because that's what I was saying a little bit ago, like, it's really hard to be bullish or bearish on any of these, because they're all, you know, a week straight of green days. But it's such a strong sector. It'd be nice if it just traded, you know, maybe even had a red day, like a bit of a pullback to maybe 80, 81, and just chilled. Kind of like Nvidia's doing today. So
sideways is good.
SEDG pulled back.
Sideways is where more sideways is the key to getting to 100 million. Yeah, I know. Who would have thought simple tools are best? Who would have thought? Crazy, right? Yeah, I hope so. I hope V10R holds up. I want this thing 15-20 tomorrow. That's when I would bring the sledgehammer. Today it's we'll see. It's trying to rally now. If it fails at VWAP, could give another entry. But yeah, I want those setups where you almost can't lose. And I'm willing to miss a lot of them. I have no problem missing a bunch to get to the setup. We almost can't lose. Now, unfortunately, we got that on Friday, but the thing is, I kind of wussed out on size. I should have done 3-4 times as much size as I did.
As this approaches the VWAP once again, is that Nasdaq
yeah, so I kind of fucked it up, especially on the back side.
Last time it was at
I should have.
Nasdaq was actually
I should have loaded. I only added a little bit here in the low 32s and mid 30s. I should have done 4 or 5 times as much size on those ads when it was the back side. I kind of screwed it up a little bit. It's fine. I'm rusty. Haven't done a parabolic short setup in a long time.
Man, I was thinking to myself when this candle was green that I'd be bearish. That would have been a good couple handles short.
Yes, I'm taking smaller percentage risks, definitely. I don't want big account volatility like I used to have in my early days. Welcome to the game, K70. You're gonna have that feeling another few hundred to few thousand times in your trading career. Whatever phase you were doing, you better practice those muscles because you're gonna do that phase many times in your life. You better start practicing.
Nasdaq still getting beat down. Broke through 334. Now we're at 333.30. 333.30.
Yeah, what's Leads doing now? Yeah, big move. Yeah, it more than doubled from the buy point. Even idiots who chased it in the mid high 10s, low 11s, even they got like 70% out of it. Who would have thought?
So I was trying to do a quick short scalp there.
We're
but
getting back to the
as you
market
can
where
see,
chasing
my order, like the
doesn't
bar went
punish
past
you
my order
as so
and it
hard
didn't
as
get
it
filled.
usually does.
So essentially I missed the move that I wanted to get. But it'd be like that. Nasdaq just broke
so
332.
semis are pulling back. That's good. I would love them to pull back to the 10, go sideward for a few weeks, have a setup, and then have another breakout from this big
Yeah, I
flag
should've
on the
shorted
weekly.
right in
Looks
this range.
amazing.
Actually, literally
I
this
think this
candle
thing
right
goes to
here
300
is where I thought to myself this would be
this
decent
year,
for a
300
quick
plus.
short. But
The fundamentals
sometimes
theme is
you don't
there,
have the
the
confidence
technicals
to
are
pull the
there.
trigger.
Now you just need some patience. I would love to triple my position in Soxel eventually. Or maybe not triple, but definitely double.
Hopefully this will get sucked back up off that 200 day. We're only going to be looking for about 10 cents here. The logic behind this one is we're at the 200-day average as well as the lower volume weighted average price, which once again offers a higher probability of a pop
Must be some
around those
news on this
technical
OG.
indicators.
Does it have any
That trade, we
news?
got 6 cents on 300 shares, so
Or is it just some
18
pump?
bucks.
Chatroom pump.
Not a lot, small size.
Okay.
Without having a real confidence in any directionality, I'm having a lot of trouble wanting to commit to anything.
Okay, so the subsidiary gets a contract. Okay. Not sure if this is significant or not, but like the volume is there. Could be EP. But these types, you know, they either double or they fail. But insane volume so far, definitely.
That was a nice couple handle. couple handle candle. Another hard part is that my account's currently like right on the edge of PDT, so I'm trading with smaller size so that if it does work against me, it's not as you know,
Yeah,
as
commodities are very
detrimental.
hard to trade with tight
Because I have to
stops.
end the
You
day
gotta almost,
above
you know,
PDT,
divide stops on
otherwise
them.
I won't be able to trade for a while.
Commodity-related things.
If I keep
But you
if
know,
I keep
technically,
pretty
it's probably
close,
gonna
then I
pull
can
back to
deposit
that
some money
20
in.
day,
But if I
find
let it
support,
get
and then
out
it's
of
gonna
hand, then
launch.
I'm just out of luck. Then I'm just shit out of luck.
Well, ideal entry on DDS was on the EP. But yeah, this was kind of a nice breakout. Will it have follow through? Don't know.
So what I would like to see here kinda is for it to pop back to the actual, like the middle VWAP, that purple line. And then I would potentially want to short for a handle or two into that strength. Anticipating that once you hit a sizable indicator that a lot of people use, they're going to be taking some off the table, potentially. Looks like it didn't quite make it there. The move that I wanted happened at the 9-day moving average as opposed to the VWAP. But that goes back to the kind of the lack of confidence there, because
That was a nice. You see what happened on the 1
if I had
minute
more
on
confidence
AMC?
that that was going to go the way I thought it would,
Stuffed
then
into
I would have
the
taken it a little bit early,
VWAP.
which would have been
Tried to
at that
reclaim
9,
and it just.
and I
it
would
pulled
already
to
been
bits.
I would already been in and out by now because it's already moved a whole handle.
Man, you gotta be so fast to find the stuff moves. Gotta be so fast, you know. Trading off the 1 minute chart, it really is a young man's game.
Energy sector's kind of peppered with red and green now. So is the
Super hard.
chips, which is nice because, like Chris was just saying a little bit ago, it'd be nice if things kind of traded sideways for a little bit after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost a full week of green days. So in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and basically in the last like 2 weeks, there's only been 2 red days on AMD. So it's hard to be a buyer when something's kept kind of running up like that. And it's hard to get short because it keeps running up. So damned if you do, damned if you don't, I reckon. NASDAQ now at 332.40 with a low of 332.30. And it looks like it might break that low here. Maybe. Yeah, pretty tall topping tail right now on the daily candle for AMD, which leads me to think that hopefully that it'll trade sideways for a little bit. Hopefully.
Hotkeys?
I'd like to see it bounce
I don't
between
use any
like 80 and
hotkeys.
81 for a couple days before the next move.
My keys become hot when the sun is shining on them, since my keyboard is black. Then all my keys become
I used to have an
hotkeys.
app on my phone that you could track legislation with, and I need to reinstall it so that I can track. There's like some sort of American Innovation something bill in Congress right now that's supposed to allocate 52
well, there is a
billion
tiny
to chip
window.
makers, which would make me more convicted in a long position. Because then the whole industry would be seeing some good money. And in a situation like that, I might take a stab at this ticker AMAT because they actually make the raw components that a lot of these chip makers use.
So the question here is it gonna have another
So they're
big
kind
leg
of
lower,
the industry
or is it just
supplier.
gonna pull back a little bit, find support, and then keep going sideways for a while?
Oof, I should have taken a stab there. Right there when it touched the lower VWAP in the 200. See, he got sucked right back up. I could have already been in and out in like 3 seconds there, but
Dum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
showing some strength here. And Qs are getting caught. I'll take a little stab here. Oh, am I not going to get filled? Oof. Once again, we don't get filled. Basically already did what I wanted it to do, so I wanted it to be in and out right there. But I tried it, bounced there, didn't get filled, went up, you know, almost 10 cents, and then it is what it is.
Well,
That's
anyone
why
who's
scalping's too
followed
much
the
work.
instructions
You
on
gotta
the
worry
screen
about every goddamn tick.
knows the truth.
Whereas
It's
if you're
just a
swing
basic
trading,
intelligence test.
you just set your stop loss, and play video games.
It's
So
so
your
obvious when
alerts get
people
hit.
haven't followed the instructions on the screen. It really is so obvious.
AMC seems to be kind of pulling back, which I'm sure Chris is pretty happy about. I think he has a decent short against it right now.
Did I watch hockey? When?
So SPY and Qs are both kind of basing out. I wish I would have caught this off the last time it was at lower VWAP, because if they both base out and push higher, this should get at least
sector.
a VWAP,
And
if
to a
not
certain
break
degree
VWAP.
also financial.
glide higher.
Energy is really strong.
But we'll see, we'll see. Only time will tell.
Oh, AMC. Damn, I didn't get full size, but okay. How did you know? I thought I muted the mic. Oh, the inhale? Yeah. What can I say? Allergy season. I started to take the allergy medicines again. Like yesterday.
Really? Third time in a row? And of course it fills me after I thought I canceled the order.
Let's see. We'll
But
see.
the nice thing about that happening is it makes it easy to get
TME?
getting out.
No. I don't see a setup here.
Oh, come on.
I know a lot. I think like half the people don't get my jokes. Kind of hard to know, but a lot of people don't.
Oh well. We made like literally $6 there. Oh, and then it flushes. See, I thought that was
No,
gonna
there are
happen
no
with the candle
chokes.
before. That's what made me nervous, but
Absolutely not.
only made 6. Could have made like 30, 40. Is what it is. Making 6 is better than losing 1, I guess.
I know. A lot of people didn't get it. A lot of people didn't get my tweet. It's kind of hilarious. The real joke, like the real
I just
humor,
don't see
for me
anything
personally,
today.
are the people who don't get the joke. Like,
Maybe I need to
I can throw a really bad
set
joke
up a scanner again and
out there, and some people don't
Scan
get
around
it.
a
That's like what I really laugh at, because that's what creates the humor for
'cause
me
I like
personally.
setups that
Not
kinda
that I
slap
laugh
me in the
at
face,
them,
you know?
but it just creates some really funny situations. Like on the Dick's tweet. I mean, some of those replies were super funny. Let's see, I'm gonna try to find the tweet. Here, Dick's straight up. Let's see. I think most people got it, at least those who commented. No, actually, yeah, I think most of the commenters did get the joke. Anyone with an account less than 10 million is a joke to Chris.
what are we gonna get?
Make a sentence only using tickers. Okay. okay, follow me. Okay, I'll start now. I just made the sentence using tickers only. Quote this, Danny. Took me like 8 seconds to come up with that sentence. Imagine the sentences I could build if I gave myself 60 seconds or 2 minutes or 5 minutes. You can build a lot of sentences using tickers only.
So on the tape over here, we're looking for bigger orders. Saw a couple that were over 2,000 for sell.
No, I'm gonna
So
try to
that leads me to
keep
think
it
that the next few
somewhat
candles might
civilized in
kinda pull
here.
back. Not that a couple thousand is like a huge order by any means. When you're talking a stock that has like a 1
FCX, yeah, I tried to
billion
buy it on
float.
Thursday. Got stopped out twice, lost like 200k, and yeah, today it's actually, yeah, well, It is kind of extended, you know. I think it kind of needs to pull back to the 50, 100 day at this point. Not sure if it's gonna make a big move from here. It could start speeding up. I wish I'd done the COP-X ETF instead.
Yeah.
Or even better, the Steel ETF. Oh yeah, no, this would have stopped you out on Friday. Never mind. What's AMC doing? Okay, still below VWAP. I agree, no Brono Co. No Brono Aqua. I agree. I mean, to learn trading, there's really no point in watching me more than 3-4 months. But obviously, a lot of people do it because, you know, they just keep me on in the background. Because trading is usually, you know, people sit at home in their offices alone. It's kind of nice to have a voice in the background. So I know a lot of people use my stream for that reason. David pays you to listen to me? There you go. You come here for BIG, DKS, ARE, GOOD content? Yeah, that's why a lot of people are here. For the occasional bad jokes. Not because they necessarily, you know, trade similarly to me or want to trade similarly to me. Why I covered AMC on Friday? Because I didn't want to hold any share. Well, first I didn't have a lot of shares left here when you know, I covered most on the way down, so I didn't have a lot of. And I already have like small position to begin with, so I didn't, you know, feel like it was any point in holding like a tiny amount of shares over a 3-day weekend. I was hoping for a big gap up, just like we got. That was like a perfect open. Gap up and fade open on this thing. Perfect. Like it couldn't have been more picture perfect. I really perfect. The 20, how big was the gap up? Like 25%, 22%, yeah. Funny thing is I have more size today than I had on Friday. Or maybe I have no, I still have about the same. Never mind. I have more shares, but the dollar position is smaller because the stock is lower. But yeah, it's about the same position dollar-wise. You know what? I'm gonna switch over to this view. Gives you less noise. It kind of helps not looking at the intraday chart at all, except for the open. Maybe for the first 30 minutes, it's nice to look at the intraday, like the 60-minute. And in some stocks, the 5 and 1 minute, when it, you know, like these extreme momentum stocks, like the AMC. But after that, there's really no point in looking at the intraday. Keeps the noise out. Like big moves, they take time. Big moves, they take weeks and months to materialize. Like who cares what the stock does the next 5 minutes or 5 hours, right? You can see it on the daily if it's acting well or not. The problem is it's triple ETFs, you can't even see them. NRGU, BRCU, you can't even see the chart. Gonna have to zoom in. Yeah, Beyond Meat. I wish I'd held it. I had some size. I had 30,000 shares. Full size would have been probably twice as much, 3 times as much. But I covered it because of buying power issues. I was in so many triple ETFs, so I couldn't hold it. But yeah, it's working really well now. Probably gonna pull back to a 10-day, like 120s, 125 area. You know. It has another easy $10 of fade. It was a pure pump. Kramer started pumping it in the 120s, trying to make it a meme stock. TKR Live, please follow the instructions on the screen. Like, I can't believe how many times I have to point people to the instructions on the screen. Like, it's all there. You just have to spend 10-15 hours. It's all there. I've explained it many times. I know. Yep, he's going away now. He's driving away. Okay, he's gone. Yeah, it's working today. The Druckenmiller mindset. Yeah, I'm gonna find my Druckenmiller. Like, guys, you know, like, this is what it takes to succeed. Okay. Like, I have these notes for great investors, great traders. Let's just take... I haven't updated this in a while. Oh, he's back. For fuck's sake, he forgot something. No, never mind. That's his dad. He also has a moped, apparently. Oh, Jesus Christ. Moped attack here. Moppe pojkar, yeah. Alright, let's look at the Druckenmiller file. Like, look at this. And I haven't updated it in a long time, since March last year. I still have a lot of notes here, unsorted. 2251 notes. I mean, he has a lot of, like, there's so many things. I should probably summarize this. Like, there's so many great interviews by Druckenmiller. Like, read everything with or about Druckenmiller. Like, you know, instead of listening some fucking moron selling a service on Twitter, listen to a guy who's pulled out billions from the market. He compounded 30% for 30 years without having a down year, okay? There's so many lessons. Like, he shares his good trades, his bad trades. Like, he was like, in the 99, late 90s, he was skeptical about the internet stocks. Like, he saw everyone else making money, and he was like long value stocks, and then suddenly he's like, fuck it, I want to make some money too. He bought a huge position near the top in March 2000. He lost like $3 billion in a few weeks or something. Then he kind of got out of the trade. He kind of bought the top because he couldn't take the pain of seeing everyone else making money and not him, right? He took a $3 billion loss on that trade, and yet he had a profitable year that year. Like he has so many amazing trades. He's not a believer in diversification. He's a believer in, if you see something really good, something that comes around a few times per year, you bet big. You bet huge, and then you watch that position very, very closely. And he's also a believer in technical analysis. Just, you know, he watches price closely. Or not closely, but he makes his buy and sell decisions based on the price action. There's a lot of, like, I have so many. Jesse Livermore, Peter Lynch. Many of these are like investors, many are traders. Paul Tudor Jones, another trader you should study. There's a great documentary about him when he shorted the 1987 crash. It's on YouTube. Everyone should watch it. Oh, for fuck's sake, now the whole family's out there washing their moped. Jesus Christ, it never ends.
And after not getting filled a handful of times, I'm getting a little annoyed. I'm going to go take a piss and then probably come back and play some StarCraft for a bit.
I'm gonna mute the mic, there's a lot of noise in the background. Should have stayed short. Oh well. Alright. Play game at SC2.
TVT. Best matchup there is.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 보급고가 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이
Alright,
부족합니다.
so it looks like this guy's doing a Reaper Reactor Expand. Which is good for us. Because we're doing the standard meta, which is more aggressive. So we should be able to put some potentially game-ending pressure on him pretty early.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
One of my alerts just got hit. I'll check what it was after this
건설
game.
로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
Okay, so he thinks I'm proxying him. He's got 2 bunkers going up. All the better. Ah. More money that will prove wasted for him. Because I am, in fact, not proxying him.
부속 건물 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
SMH, the ETF, has pulled back quite a bit. Man, I lost 50 gas already by being a real dingus. See what he's got up here.
부속 건물 완성.
At some point, he should be pushing down here to try to take his natural. Because he hasn't scanned, he doesn't realize what I'm doing.
From 320, yeah, it actually
Which,
had a
once
decent
again,
setup
that's
here.
good for us.
On this day here, I mean, it was okay.
보급고가 부족합니다.
Had a big previous move, pulled back, kind of tightened up. Wasn't maybe a super clean setup, but you know, it's a setup. Big volume, big volume.
I'm gonna put my Cyclone by my main mineral line.
ERF. What I
In case
think
he
about
tries to do
ERF.
something cheeky.
We entered May 27. Yeah, it was a decent
사령부
setup.
업그레이드
3.5
완료.
stars. There was, let's see, enemies are pulling back further. It would be great if we get a pullback with a 10-day.
Alright, didn't do a ton of damage with that, but could have been worse. I think I got a handful of workers. And he still has not taken his natural, which also very good for us.
And now it's time to see the things that are pulling back, how well they hold up.
Alright, so we got decent map vision.
Oh, VTNR. It's holding up well. I really hope it takes out the highs of the day and goes to, I don't know, mid-teens or something, and then goes to like 20 or something tomorrow. That's a setup I would bring the sledgehammer.
광물이 부... 광물이 부족합니다.
Why is QQQ so weak? It's down 0.61% on the day. You know, like if you look at the chart, just going back like a year and a half or 2 years, whatever this is, you know, if you look closely, you see that there's some red candles. Sometimes you get red candles. You know, sometimes red candles happen.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 광물이 부족합니다.
Do I like that stocks are strong? What stocks? Some stocks are, that's true.
보급고가 부족합니다.
여긴 못 지켰는데요. 여기 지원이 필요하다.
광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 보급고가 부족합니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료.
All right, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna go down. Or I mean, I'm gonna go upbeat since I'm in my mom's basement. All right. So we'll see tomorrow. Good luck. And let's hope AMC goes back to 20. Give us a big trade. All right. See ya, guys.
광물이 부족합니다. 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 보급 광물이 광물이 부족합니다. 수행할 수 없습니다. 보급품이 한도에 달했습니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 부속 건물 완성. 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 업그레이드 완료. 수행할 수 없습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 수행할 수 없습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 업그레이드 완료.
여기 지원이 필요하다.
수행할 수 없습니다. 수행할 수 없습니다. 부속 건물 완성. 수행할 수 업그레이드 완료. 사령부 업그레이드 수행할 수 없습니다. 보급 부속 건물 완성. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
여기 지원이 필요하다.
부속 건물 완성. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
Yeah, Mr. Nolly, did you see I messaged you on Discord? I've been trying to get back in the swing of things, and the first thing that hit me is like, I gotta hit up Nolly, I gotta hit up Streamer Steve. I need to still hit up, I don't know if you ever played with Mickey, who I also played Call of Duty and such with. Mickey G, as he was known. How have you been? And are you still streaming regularly? That was my main question. One day I was, like maybe a week ago, when I was first kind of kicking back off, Streamer Steve popped into chat and said he hadn't been streaming, and sometimes you guys would kind of give him shit about it because he wasn't streaming at all. And I was like, well, might as well start back up. I'm not sure how much of a delay I'm on right now. I'll have to check it. I think I might be on like a whole minute of delay. Yeah, I should have stayed short on this once it was up in this range. But I didn't think Q's would pull back so hard. But man, I would have been like, that would have been like a $600-700 trade right there, staying short. This is exactly what I wanted to have happen though, because now we're gonna trade in a pretty tight range for a couple days, or like a little bit of a pullback, so that'll make me be able to rationalize going long more. Oh, nice. Are you out of town doing something fun, or are you just like visiting family, or what's up? Yeah, I know, dude. We'll have to do some COD. I don't know. Is that still been your main game? I remember I was kind of lurking in your chat one time, maybe like a month or so ago. You were going for like a sub goal for a 24-hour stream, and I'm pretty sure you were playing Plunder at the time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we'll have to get some in. I've been working in a few different games here recently. I've been playing a little StarCraft. Yesterday I played like 2-3 hours of CS:GO, and a couple days I've played a couple hours worth of Call of Duty. Not to bombard you with questions, but did you buy the newest Call of Duty, or have you been sticking with like the Warzone stuff? I know you can play Warzone on both, right? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's one Warzone server or whatever. Skate trips, huh? So are you just like going around to different cool parks? Staying true to the name then, huh? Nolly, Mr. Nolly. I have a couple buddies that did something kind of like that not too long ago. They, one of them moved up to Madison, Wisconsin, and as you know, I'm in Iowa, so they went up there and skated around and just shot some stuff. Kind of like the good old skate films where everything is shot with that fisheye lens. So they put on the old fisheye lens, and one of them has like a nice camera with a gimbal, and they just like skated around and made a few little clips. This is a nice pullback on SEDG. This is like a place where you can like really rationalize getting long, actually. I'm gonna keep my eye on this probably for the rest of the day. I'm gonna put an alert just a little below, an alert just a little above, and then just so I don't take my eye off the ball, I want to have a couple, because sometimes my alerts go off and I don't actually pay attention to them. So then it's like, what's the point of setting them, right? But I just need more. It's kind of like setting my alarm in the morning. I don't get up for one alarm. I set like 4 alarms that are all like 5 or 10 minutes apart, and then I get up. Oh yeah, I'd be willing to try out some Valorant too. Like, as I've said before, it's kind of that same game style as CS:GO, and I think overall I like CS:GO more, but I never gave Valorant like a ton of time. You know what I'm saying? Not too bad. I'm cruising just a little above PDT. The last like 6 to 8 weeks, I've been doing pretty darn good. Last week was my first red week in almost 2 months, and I wasn't red by very much. I was red by like $100. So when you consider the few weeks prior to that, I was green between like 500 and 800 for a few weeks. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid. But right now I actually have no active positions, so I'm just kind of waiting everything out. Everything's been pretty extended, so it's like I really like AMD and I really like some of these chip makers, but they've been running up for so long now that it's hard to like rationalize getting in on them. So like back here where you can see this yellow line down here, I should have just taken a swing trade on it and bought it and sat on it, but I've been just scalping it back and forth. Like usually the longest I hold a position is maybe 5 minutes. But yeah, I kind of wish I would have just bought, 500 or 1,000 shares back here in this range and just sat on it for a little bit. But there's always more opportunities. Market's been kind of throwing me off the last couple weeks though. Like everything is like I feel like no one really knows what to think right now because there's so much new news with like all this crazy amounts of inflation from the COVID spending, and like then you have the housing market in a little bit of a bubble, and it's kind of starting to pull back, and all these different cryptocurrencies and all sorts of shit. It's like it's been kind of weird lately. It's the least directional market that I've ever traded in the couple of years I've been like looking at stocks. Usually it's kind of like gliding up or gliding down, but it is what it is. Puncake 211. Howdy. On some weekdays, and Nolly, a lot of times I'll do kind of what I'm doing today, is I will trade for a while in the morning, and then I'll pull up like a little. Just when you got in here, I was playing StarCraft, So I'll trade for a bit and then I'll play for a bit, because the middle of the day is usually pretty slow in the market, and a lot of times it's the first like 15 minutes to half hour that I make most of my trades for the day. So a lot of times on a good day I'd make somewhere between 100 and 300 on the like this opening area, and then I'd be done for the day. Call it somewhat. I feel like your name reminds me of playing Call of Duty, like playing Modern Warfare. Did you find me from Modern Warfare? It's been a while. I took a whole year off of streaming, so it's definitely been quite some time. But yeah, Nolly, a lot of times I usually get up pretty early and I'll go to the gym, and then I will start streaming like an hour or so before the market opens, which in my time zone's 8:30. So it opens at 8:30, so I'll start my stream around 7:30ish. And yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we played a handful or better games in Modern Warfare. Are you still playing? I was actually just talking to Nolly about that a minute ago. Playing a little Call of Duty and getting back to streaming and gaming some. But yeah, on weekends I'll probably do like just games, of course, because the market's closed. But yeah, it'll be kind of a mix. I'm getting there, dude. I'm getting back to lifting too. I've been on it for like 6 months or so now. But I messed up my left shoulder pretty good, and haven't been able to do like bench and a lot of shoulder movements. But I've been consistent. You know, I've been going, 5-6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week, and having at least 2 or 3 days a week where I'll go like really intense, like to fail. And like right now my quads are still sore from, what was that, like 2 days ago I did a bunch of squat and quad extensions and stuff, so we're working on it. I'm sitting at about 235 right now, which I did when I first started lifting again. I did a little bit of a bulk session, and I was eating like 5,000 to 6,000 calories a day, and lifting really hard, and I definitely noticed the gains. I went up to about 255, 260-ish, and then over the last couple months I've been tapering off. They say it's good to do it kind of in waves, like you don't want to bulk for too long, otherwise you'll start to just get too fat, and then you don't want to cut for too long because then you'll lose muscle mass. So I'm in the middle of, I want to get down to like lose another 10 pounds or so, and then I'll probably just chill for a bit, and then I'll go back into like a bulk kind of phase. But yeah, I'm getting there, man. The arms and everything aren't as lean as they were in like 2018, but so Puncake, are you playing? Do you do like Warzone and shit like that now? See, I haven't been able to really get into the battle royale style games. I feel like if I had a squad that I was really regular with, maybe I'd be more into them. But I have such nostalgia and such love for Search and Destroy that usually when I'm on Call of Duty, I want to be playing Search, I just love that feeling especially when you're like the last one left, and everyone on your team's just watching you work, watching you move around the map, and then you clutch up. You just, especially if it's like 3 or 4 on 1 and you end up pulling it off. That's my shit. But I also really, really like slower pace sniping. So I feel like if I played Warzone, I would definitely want to kind of just stealth around the map. Damascus, huh? That's a lot of work. I got gold with like snipers and my knife, and that's about it. Actually, I think I have gold on like the MP5 and the M4. I have gold on a few things, but Damascus, if I remember correctly, you got to get gold everything. By the new game, Nolly, do you mean... Oh, I thought you were going to say Black Ops. New game called Minecraft. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've actually had people tell me that I should install it, like just to fuck around. Like I remember a couple of years ago, the son of one of the contractors, like construction contractors I was working for, was like, oh yeah, you should play Minecraft, because every once in a while he'd hop in and watch the stream, and he'd be like, dude, install Minecraft. I'm not gonna lie, I've watched some of the PewDiePie Minecraft playthroughs, and I don't know, I get the appeal of it, and it's definitely nostalgic for people who grew up with it, but I don't know at this point if I could really start it, you know what I'm saying? New game. What year did that come out? That I feel like that came out in... It's been, what, at least a decade. It's probably... That game's probably like 15 years old now, isn't it? Man. The market is moving really slow. And it's hard for me to get long or short on anything right now. It's been pissing me off. Because I want to make some money. NASDAQ really fell today. This is QQQ, which is an index that tracks the NASDAQ stocks. It pulled back a decent amount today. 2010? Oh, yeah. Man, I was thinking it was even older than that. But yeah, I guess 2010, I would have been like a freshman or sophomore in high school when it came out then. Yeah, man, it's rough. I want to trade because it's fun. Trading in itself is like a game, really. But at the same time, I have no conviction in anything. So if I do something dumb and lose money, I'm going to be like, why the fuck did you do that? Do you mess with Minecraft at all, Nelly? I'd be down to try some Valorant too, though. Have a good one, Mr. Pancake. Hopefully, if you're at work, I guess, I don't know. Maybe you're high school or school age, but if you're at work, hopefully it's a pretty easygoing day after the long weekend. Yeah, I always hear just like people talking about crafting things, you know what I'm saying? Like they would you'd have like your little crafting table and you have to go find things, and you'd get like a certain amount of some stone, and then you could go make this or that or the other thing. I don't know. Seems like a lot of knowledge. It's kind of like that same thing with what's it called? League of Legends. It seems like there's a lot of like base knowledge that you need to be able to get into the game. That's something that always intimidated me about starting League of Legends, because I don't mind MOBAs. I think MOBAs are a pretty cool game style, but at the end of the day, it's like there's 180 champs on heroes, and you need to know the strengths and weaknesses of all of them, or at least the ones that are in like the meta rotation. And it seems like a lot to learn, a lot to take in. Yeah, for a while though, I wasn't playing any games, so I don't know if I have Valorant or not Valorant. I don't think I have Valorant or Apex on my PC anymore. I'll have to reinstall them. Maybe I'll do that today. I work second shift part-time right now, so like I can trade during the day, and then so today I actually have to go to work at like 4, but I only work 3 days a week, so then the rest of the week I'm down to kind of game whenever. So whenever you're back from your trip, if you're still on your trip, you have to hit me up and we'll get some gameplay in, get a little Valorant or some shit. Yeah, there's a lot of good tutorials on YouTube. Also, this is one of the easiest ones to learn. Now, if I'm being 100% honest with you, if I could go back and kind of do it over, I would make an account with TD Ameritrade, which is who this is through. It's completely free. It's the platform's called Thinkorswim. You can install it and use it for free. But I would also learn Interactive Brokers, because Interactive Brokers has a bigger pool of shorts. So like if with TD Ameritrade, you can only really short the really big name stocks. Whereas with Interactive Brokers, there's a lot more stocks you can short if you so happen to like shorting. I like long and short. Personally, it just depends on what the chart's telling me, more or less. But yeah, this one, Thinkorswim, is very, very user-friendly. The downside to Interactive Brokers is it is harder to learn. There's a ton of settings, like an insane amount of settings, actually. And but I know quite a few people that they like the charting for Thinkorswim so much that they will open this, right, and use Thinkorswim for their charting, because the time and everything is pretty much the same. But then they'll open their order box for Interactive Brokers. So all their money is actually in Interactive Brokers, and they trade. It'd be basically like if you popped this panel over here out, and you had that panel from Interactive Brokers, and you filled out your buy and sell from them, but you watched this platform, because the charting of TD Ameritrade is really nice, and like all the different studies, like you can see these different lines I have on here. Like this is a 9-day moving average. The purple is the volume weighted average price. The middle one is technically the volume weighted average price, but the top and bottom kind of help let you know where the top end of that average and the low end of that average is. But yeah, Thinkorswim is a really nice platform, really easy to use. I definitely recommend it, but in the long run, I definitely would say this is a good one to enter on, to get into the market on, if that makes sense. And you know, I'm still kind of a rookie when it comes to trading. I've only been trading actively for like a year, and like it's been basically 2 years since I first ever opened a brokerage account. And I wouldn't even necessarily count that first year that much, because the first year was a lot of just learning nomenclature and learning, you know, what is a volume weighted average price, what is an exponential moving average versus a simple moving average, and what's level 2. Like all this over here, this tape you see moving up and down in this blue box that's right behind my head, these are all referred to as level 2 in like time and sales, because that shows you how many bids and asks are at a certain price level. And some platforms you have to pay for those. That's one of the downsides to Interactive Brokers, is you actually have to pay for level 2 data with Interactive Brokers. It's not a bunch, it's like $10-12 a month, but it's nice that TD Ameritrade throws it in for free. But the downside is I've heard TD Ameritrade doesn't have the best fills. Like their priority of getting your order filled isn't as high as some of the brokers that are a bit more direct, or you know, not as user friendly, if you will. But they're not as user friendly, but they're more for like advanced investors, you know, and their fills can be better. Yeah, did he have any interesting input? I know there was a lot of most of that stuff centered around the whole what's it called? The whole Robinhood halting trading and stuff. Not only did you sub, if you subbed, much appreciated, my guy. I think I just noticed that you didn't have the badge before, and now you do. And also my subs went up to 4. We're moving back up in the world. I remember for a while there I was floating between like 30 and 40, and then that was around the time I moved, and then I'm surprised, like knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm surprised my internet's been holding out really well, because if you know, I used to bitch about my internet quite a bit, and I was really happy when I got this other company. Well, where I moved, which is only a couple blocks from where I used to live, I had to go back to the company that I used to bitch about, because they're the only ones that offer service where I'm at. So it is what it is, but it's holding out all right. Here I still got Mediacom is the name of the company, and they're basically the amount they charge for the service, like I'll put it into perspective. At one point when I had that other company that wasn't Mediacom, I got 4 times better service, like 4 times faster speeds, for a little over half the price. So I was paying like $60 a month for a gig up and down, and now I'm paying like almost $80 a month for 250 down, 100 up. Which is, of course, as you know, with streaming, upload is more important. And Mediacom caps their upload at 100. I used to have a upload, like when I do an internet speed test on a given day, my upload speed would be anywhere from like 850 to like 970. That's nuts. That's great speed. I don't even want to run a speed test with Mediacom because it'll just piss me off. Man, this stuff's running so slow. Yeah, I think I might just not take any more trades today. Because like I said, like I don't have like a feel for the market right now. And I don't want to put on any heavy bets because I'm not that far off of PDT. And I don't want to get knocked under PDT because then I can't trade actively. So I gotta kind of lay off the gas here for a little bit until something slaps me in the face looking good. Which might be this SEDG. This thing, let me pull up my other. So if you see over here, this is the long-term chart that I have on my left monitor. Oh, this way. But this way for me. And if you look at the way this is setting up, it came down to these lows. It based here a couple times, then ran up. And I was kicking myself for not taking it down here. Because just from here to here would have been like almost $20,000 in profit, which is insane. That'd be by far the biggest trade I've ever made. And that's accounting for the share size I would take. But now that we came up and we're kind of basing, what we need to see here for this to be a viable swing trade is for this to trade in a range kind of for a few days. I don't want it to drop below this dark blue line, which is currently at 244. But I don't want it to get above really this yellow line, like 254. Because when they start to tighten up and you can see that supply and demand, that battle of the people who are bidding it up and the people who are selling it and driving it down, it starts to like reach equilibrium. And then assuming the overall market isn't selling off, it's got to go one of two ways, you know? And usually you'll see things kind of tighten up, getting a tighter and tighter range, and then they'll have like a bit of a pop. It's kind of like this day. Like if I get real close in here, you see how it like popped up, traded in a range, came up a bit, but still traded in a bit of a range. And then the next day it goes boom, boom, and pops way up. That's the kind of gap you want to catch. If you catch one of those gaps every month, you'll make really good money, you know? Like literally this gap right here, even if you bought at the top of this candle, 227 a share up to, let's just make the math easy because this is 255. I'm going to say 257 because it got over that. But we'll say $30 a share. If you have 100 shares, that's $3,000. Now myself, on a play like that, I'd be looking to probably take 300 shares. So that'd be $9,000. And that's in a matter of 3 to 4 days. You'd made $9,000. You only got to catch a few of those to have a really good month and a really good quarter and a really good year. That's why I have, if you see on my main screen here, let me pull that away. So my top monitor, I always have these indexes on, which these kind of gauge the health of the overall market. This is QQQ, which tracks the NASDAQ, and this is SPY, which is the S&P 500, like basically the highest market cap 500 companies in the US, the biggest 500 companies essentially. So if you look at this right here, this is the daily chart of that one I was just looking at on the long-term chart. And I have all these alerts set so that as this thing moves, I get alerted to it. And as long as those two indexes are looking like they're not going to like tank, then I'll probably take a stab at it here within a day or two and hope to get about 10 points out of it. The way this thing moves, it's not hard to get 10 points in a day, which by 10 points, I just mean $10. And in trading, you'll hear people say, oh, I got 2 points or 3 points. Every point just means $1 higher on the share or whatever, or $1 lower if you're short. But yeah, it's not hard to get 10 points on this thing. So if this thing tightens up and I can even just buy it off about 250 and ride it back up to, like, just a couple days ago it was at 263. So if I buy 300 shares at 250 and it goes up to 260 again, which isn't even as high as it got a couple days ago, then that's $3,000. 10 points on 300 shares. 300 times 10. That's all you need. I need to figure out how to use these other order types, because there's other order types right here where it says template kind of above my head a little ways, and you can set like a predetermined stop loss and everything. So basically, if you set your order type proper, I could like set it and just walk away, and that way, like, let's say I get in and it starts to dip and I'm down, like, let's say I want my max loss to be $300, you know, then that would mean with 300 shares it could only drop $1 and then it would stop me out. But you can set it so that it automatically hits that price point and it just stops you out flat, and then that way you don't have to worry about losing too much money on the downside. Well, that's the nice thing about trading though, right? You never have to retire. Like, I could do this till the day I die. Sit in a computer chair and just look at charts and be like, okay, I'll buy this, I'll sell that. But if you're asking me realistically, like, it'd probably have to be above 10 million. If I ever got to the point where I was above 10 million, I would I'd probably get to a point where I'd only trade if something was like the perfect setup, you know what I'm saying? Because 10 million is like, I mean, granted, with inflation, I don't know if I can say this for much longer, but 10 million is like enough to retire on, you know? A lot of people retire with like $1 million or $2 million if they're lucky, you know? Which I should read some more in my book today. I have several books that I'm trying to work through in regards to trading, but one that I hear cited a lot, I'm like maybe a quarter of the way through right now. It's called Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. And man, some of the wisdom in that, like sometimes I'll realign in that and it just slaps you in the face with knowledge, you know? It says something. It's one of those things. It's kind of like, I don't know if you know like Jordan Peterson or Jocko Willink, those guys, but like it's kind of the stuff that they say where it's like it's stuff you've thought and stuff you kind of know, but you were never able to articulate. Like you could never really grasp what you were thinking, and then they say it in the book, and it's just like, but yeah, I've been trying to learn from this Swedish guy named Chris, who does a daily stream too. He's more of a swing trader, and he says if you have a smaller account, you should be trading these really high ATR stocks, which ATR stands for average true range, and that's like how much a stock moves on a day, on an average day. And he says your minimum should be 5. Usually I'm trading AMD, which has an ATR of 2.6. And like SEDG, its ATR is like 20. So this thing can really move. It's been years since I tried to play any poker. Probably almost a decade, really. But yeah, I know what you're saying. And actually, there's some pretty successful people in the trading community that came from poker and blackjack. Like, they started by learning how to play poker or blackjack really well and find like what gave them a mathematical statistical edge at the table. And then they applied that same logic to trading, and they became multimillionaires, some of them billionaires, just because they understood how to get edge. It's all about edge. It's all about finding where where the statistic, like probability, is in your favor and taking that play. Because if you come out here and you just start hitting the bid on everything, you're gonna blow up your account really fast. Something I didn't realize before I got into trading was how psychological it really is. Like, trading psychology is a big part of it. And here's a good example of that. I had 3 alerts set for this morning. One of them went off, and I said, oh, maybe I should take a stab at this. And I didn't. And if I would have just watched it out of the open, I could already made a couple bucks. But it's like, on a $300-something stock, you don't want to get 2 points. You want to get 10 points. Hey, there's the notification. Yeah, it throws me off sometimes. You know how they made it so, like, you can click the button and do the notification? Well, back in my day, when I started streaming, if somebody subbed, it just automatically did that. It just automatically threw the subscribe thing out there, you know? So now, like there, when I was like, did you just sub? I was like, oh, damn. Because it didn't hit me with that notification. So I was like, oh, shit. What do we got going on here? I got like an edit panels thing live. I'm going to refresh this. Hopefully, yeah, there we go. Mr. Nolly. You know what I really gotta... Back in my day, a whole year and a half ago, I really got to get back on the marketing grind. You know what I'm saying? Like, making sure I'm getting on Instagram and putting posts out and hitting the hashtags and getting on Twitter and posting that I'm going live. And maybe even learn, like, I don't use Reddit. Do you use Reddit much, Nolly? Like, I really don't use Reddit. But I've heard from several big streamers that the way that they got their stream to take off was by starting a subreddit and, like, promoting their Reddit. And then a lot of people found them through Reddit. Yeah, I have TikTok, and that's another one. I need to post on it. I have it, but I haven't posted on it since the last time I streamed, you know? So, like, if I'm going to start streaming again, then I need to hit up all the social media and do it properly, you know? Is that so? Yeah, I've heard it's a place where there's a lot of cancer and toxicity, I mean, so to speak. And yeah, Reddit has its own subculture for sure. Like, I mean, if it's another tool I can use to grow, I will use it to that extent. But yeah, it's a wild one. Something that's really been making me nervous in the market, though, is that, like, household debt rates are pretty high. Margin debt rates are pretty high. Like, as far as, like, your account margin with trading. So, like, margin for trading, if you have at least $2,500 in your account, you can get margin. So you'll have $5,000 worth of buying power. And then once you're over the day trade level, they actually give you 4 times margin up to that first PDT rule. And then after that, you get 1 time, like, you get double margin. So for example, if you have $25,000, like right now in my account, I have over $100,000 of buying power, but that's because I have 4 times margin leverage. You know what I'm saying? So then let's say if I go up to 26,000, then I'd have 102,000 in margin power, because that extra 1,000 gives me 2,000 more of buying power. So margin debt's at like a really, really high level. Household debt's at a really high level. Inflation's pretty high. The housing market's kind of pulling back. It's like, I don't want to have too many long-term positions and then have the market just plummet, you know? So it's been making me a little nervous. Because I mean, both the major indexes, or actually all three of the major indexes, Nasdaq, S&P, and the Dow Jones Industrial, are all near their all-time highs. And what goes up must come down, right? It's just a matter of when. Yeah, see, what I would do is I'd probably try to make my own subreddit and put shit in there that's mine, that like I'm the moderator of, but I'm sure there's definitely like there's probably like promo ones where you can go in there and try to promote your shit. How have you been doing with the DCMA music shit? I've been nervous about, like, this playlist I've been playing is all copyright free lo-fi music. It's just a playlist on Twitch called Stream Music. But I've heard it only affects you if you're like a bigger streamer. But I would rather not risk it, because if you get 3 DCMA takedowns, they can delete your channel. Which seems kind of sketch, if you ask me. All that stuff got crazy around the time I stopped. I remember watching YouTube videos about it. I guess there is some logic behind the market continuing higher for a while, because shit's reopening after COVID. So everyone's like, you know, people are going out and they're spending money and they're doing shit. And makes sense, but I don't know. I'm still a little nervous about it. That's true. Yeah, that'd be solid too. One, you're helping them out by like giving them some more exposure, and then also you don't have to worry about claims. Yeah, and have you been hearing about all the lumber? Like all construction materials are super high priced at the moment. Like lumber is super high priced, PVC pipe is high priced, like all the electrical components are really high priced. Mainly because I've heard a lot of it's because supply chains had to shut down and like reduce for a while, but it's like all that shit's super high priced, and I don't know. I haven't been through enough like market cycles where I've actually watched shit go on to know how everything's gonna react, you know? Not that anyone really truly knows, but I'd rather stay light on my positions and not lose very much if I'm wrong. You think unemployment could it, what would it I guess if unemployment is low and all the positions are vacant, that would probably drive more spending. And more spending, and I guess if the economy accelerates, yeah, that could be some sort of catalyst, because if the economy accelerates too much, then the Fed will have to step in and raise interest rates, because that's the big thing, is interest rates are at all-time lows. Like interest rates are like 0 for like home borrowing and a lot of that shit. So then if the Fed ups the interest rates, then the house of cards will, you know, start to pull back heavily. So I guess the next time I hear talks about interest rates going up, that's when I should start shorting everything. Oddly enough, we were just talking about TikTok. I saw a guy do a little promo thing kind of on TikTok where he goes, He goes, this is a 2x4, you know, standard, what was it? It's pine, like standard pine 2x4 used for framing houses and construction and stuff. He's like, this is how much that, I think it was $10 or whatever. He's like, this is how much $10 got you in early 2020. And then he's like, now, early 2021, this is how much you get. And it's like, the first one was like 5 or 6 foot or something, and the one that you could afford now for that same amount of money was literally like a foot. That's nuts. I wonder where the VIX is at. There's a tool, like a market tool called the VIX, ticker VIX, and it basically it shows how much volatility there is in the market overall, and people use it as like a fear indicator. So like when the VIX is high, that means there's a lot of people that are like pretty sketch, you know, like a lot of people are kind of afraid that they don't know what's going on in the market. And when the VIX is low, then people are more chill. And right now we're fairly low. We're at 18. Typically above 20 is seen as like starting to get pretty fearful. For example, a week or two ago when the market was kind of dropping a bit, it went up to like almost 29. And then last Thursday it was at 26. And currently it's at 15 and a half. Or no, I lied. 15 and a half is the low of the day. It's at 18 right now. Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how this all plays out. I mean, I heard some stat that like around 25 or 30% of all U.S. currency was printed in the last like 10 months or so, like less than a year, just because of all the COVID relief and all that shit. Like that's a crazy amount. Think from the year the U.S. dollar was brought into inception until 2020, there's all that money in base currency supply, and then just last year we added like 25% on top of that in 1 year. That's nuts. That's actually crazy. But that's why I've always been against, like, I don't know how much you dabble in economics. I tend to be kind of a nerd for it, but like the system we operate on is known as the Keynesian theory, Keynesian economics. It's you know, I don't have to. I feel like that explains it fairly well enough in itself. Is just saying like that's how we operate now. It's with like a fiat currency that doesn't have a commodity backing. Like we're not backed by gold or silver anymore like we used to be. 1913 was when they first like gave a reserve ratio, and then August of 1971 we fully got done with having any sort of link on our currency, other than right now we have oil. It's like the petrodollar, because like anyone in the world is supposed to use dollars to deal in oil for whatever reason, however we got that done, mainly because we have the biggest military, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, the kind of the cornerstone of Keynesian theory is that in the long run, everyone's dead. So if shit's going bad, just inflate the currency supply and let people spend and do their thing and kick the can down the road. Whereas there is, and I say that very cynically because overall I think a commodity-backed currency is good, but the counter argument is also a pretty good one. And it's that if you have a commodity-backed currency, then you can actually have deflation. And deflation is actually a bigger problem than inflation. Why? Is because if money is deflating, it's gaining value. And if your money is an asset that is gaining value, then people stop spending it nearly as much. So then the whole economy slows way down, right? Because everyone's like, well, fuck, if I just sit on my money, I'm going to have more wealth because I have the same amount of money and the money's going up. So the money turns into stonks, basically. So deflation is a really big deal too. That's why the Fed usually shoots for like somewhere between like 1 and 2% inflation per year, something like that, around 2%. Because deflation is a big problem too. But I don't know. I'm just some guy, you know. I'm not Jerome Powell. I'm not Janet Yellen. I'm not Ben Bernanke. I'm not Alan Greenspan. Those are all former heads of the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell's the current one, of course. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens if everyone just kind of absorbs this and we take it in stride and everything just rolls on, or if people are a bit more cynical like me, I'm thinking at some point we're going to see a pretty sizable pullback in the market. Like I'm talking 25, 30, 40, 50%, like the dot-com bubble bursting kind of pullback. But maybe it'll never happen. Who knows? That's one of the arguments for the Keynesian system, is that if the Fed really plays their cards perfectly and investors and just people in general, economy participants don't freak out about anything, then there's a chance that everything ends up okay. But there's also a lot of people who stand to make a lot of money off of causing panic. So you'll see really rich people, big hedge fund names, big bankers, big this, big that, big politicians stirring shit up because they have a position that will benefit from that shit being stirred up. Now, whether that's stirring it up to the downside or stirring it up to the upside, who knows? Ooh, that's a big volume bar right there. And we kind of based out. $248. I might take a stab at this here. Where's SPY and Qs for the day? Qs is down $1, but it's basing around 333. SPY is up 27 cents. What time is it? It's the slow time of the day. It is the slow time of the day. So this is usually when a lot of the selling for the morning is over. I might take a stab at this as a swing. Sit on it for a couple days. Yeah, see if that fills. There we go. So now, where am I at? 248.88. So we're gonna set one alert exactly $1 lower. Just over $1 lower. I set it at 80 instead of 88. Then we're gonna set one at 47, which would be breaking the low of the day. Then we're gonna set this one at $1 higher. 249.88. We'll go 80 because I don't want to mess with that anymore. Then we're gonna set another one at where I ideally want to take profit, which would be at about this point where it's pretty much the high of the day. It might take it a couple days to get there, you know? We'll see what happens. That being said, I think it's maybe time to hop into another game of SC2. And I'll put that over here, SEDG, so I have it on my watch, so it doesn't get away from me, in case something crazy happens. Stonks podcast. I can see that. It's a hot topic anymore. With cryptos and everything. I heard some guy talking about that on the Benzinga pre-market show this morning. About how, like, he's never seen a time, like, he's like 60 years old, and he was saying he's never seen a time when, like, people that were 18 and 19 are talking about stocks and crypto and stuff. Like, usually they're talking about cars and girls, and anymore they're talking about fucking stonks. So there's definitely some market share to be had there. Get a little SC2 in though, huh? Why not? Let's actually go to my SC2 scene though, right? In game. There we go. Stonks. What was this guy? This guy was a Zerg player, right? Yep.
광물이 부족합니다.
That's what we really need. You're more of a shooter guy though, eh? I was gonna say we really need a Nolly to learn the way of the StarCraft. But this game can kind of seem like League of Legends. Like when I was saying League of Legends takes a lot of game knowledge, so it can be kind of intimidating. SC2 can kind of be like that too. Although when I started playing this, the guy I learned it from was only in Gold League, so like knowing somebody to learn from that actually kind of knows what they're doing is a big advantage. Because the guy I was learning from like is in the league where it's like you understand that you have to like make units to attack, but you don't understand like the really fundamental parts of the game. Like truly how you're supposed to be building your economy and such.
광물이 부족합니다.
Once I was 7 years old.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 광물이 부족합니다.
Actually, I know a handful of really good traders that are big into StarCraft too. There's this guy that's really popular in like the trading community named Steven Ducks, and he was pretty much a pro SC2 player for a decent while. SC2 has a lot of that same characteristics of like poker. There's a lot of understanding stats and probabilities. What's in the meta, what's in play, and what's not. gonna see if this guy has a roach warren down.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Looks like no roach warren. Let's check down here. Okay, his speed's done, but no roach warren. So we're looking okay. Basically, the build I'm doing is weak, somewhat weak against roaches, but really strong if he tries to just defend with lings. So I'm hoping by the time we get across the map here in a minute or so, that's what we see, is that he just has lings, which are like the most basic of Zerg units.
광물이 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Alright, we're going for the attack. Yeah, those are blue flame hellbats, buddy. You're not going to want to attack into those. I think we might have killed him. GG. That was a fun one. Okay, so that swing trade we started just a little bit ago. Hopefully it keeps working. We are currently up $226. But I want to, like, if this was scalping me, I'd sell it right now and just take that money. But I'm really trying desperately to shift my mind to be more of a swing trader. So realistically, I think about, what was my cost basis? 48.88. 50.58 I think would be my earliest sell. So if I go back to trading and I go main, see here you can see our P&L. Oof. Right up here. I don't know how easily you can see that. It's right above my head. So hopefully that keeps working. We're just gonna leave it on because, like I said, it'll go up, it'll go down, it'll move around. But we want to have more of a swing trade mentality. Now there's a few reasons behind why I took this trade too, because one, it popped up a good ways, it had a good couple days of pulling back, and right now all our moving averages are real tight in this tight little range right here. A nice tight little range. Barely fit 2 fingers in a range like that. Yeah, barely fit 2 fingers in a range like that. And it's on the 200, which is like the most important exponential moving average, generally speaking. Energy is also supposed to be a really strong sector, which this is a solar company. They do commercial and residential solar panels and things of that nature. Yeah, so we're looking good. And now I'm playing games not only to play games, but to make it so I don't just blindly sell. Because normal me, if I see green, I just take it. But we're trying to shift our mindset. We're trying to shift our style. And you can't shift your style. Shit. It's like the definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing but expect a different result. Alright, Terran versus Terran. My favorite matchup.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
So, like normal, in a TVT,
광물이 부족합니다.
I'm going to go for 2 gases early. Mr. Chaotic. You know, I was lurking in Innocently Evil's chat the other day.
부족합니다.
Miss Innocent. And I was thinking, I wonder what Chaotic and Mickey and the gang are up to. And then same thing with Nolly, who's been lurking in chat. It's like, literally, it's serendipitous, you know? Like, within the last couple days, I start streaming again. I'm like, man, I need to hit up some people on Discord and see what they're up to. And then you guys all pop into chat. That's what I like to see. How have you been? What are you playing? You still playing mainly Call of Duty?
광물이 부족합니다.
I think the last time I saw you and Innocently both playing something, it was kind of a survival style game. Can't remember what it was called though. You guys were getting chased after. It's been a while ago, but you guys were getting chased after by like some guy with like a chainsaw or something, and I think the whole point was just to survive. Probably Ark. Yeah, I think that was it actually. Now that you say that, that sounds very familiar. What have you been on mostly? I did kind of the same. I had to take. I'm not a big battle royale guy in general, so like when everyone started playing Warzone, I kind of like COD kind of fell to the wayside a bit for me. Oh, I already resaturated my gas. Nice. Dead by Daylight. Yeah, that could have been it too. Yeah, isn't Ark with dinosaurs? Does Ark have dinosaurs? I think one of them had like some dinosaurs or something in it. Yeah, yep. Yep. I remember watching that one too. With the dinos. Ooh, made the wrong add-on there. Alright, so we're looking good in this game. As you know, I've always been, for over a decade now, I've been playing this game. Nolly and I were saying in chat a little bit ago, I'm thinking about maybe taking a stab at some, like, Valorant or something, though, just to mix it up. Do I dare go up this ramp? Oh! Ah, I lost a Hellion. That's alright. That could have been a lot worse. Okay, Cloak Banshee is out. We're gonna rally the rest of our stuff at home. See if we can keep him contained a little bit. Get a little bit of mining time. It's hard. Did you ever play much of it? Yeah, it's free to play. I remember I tried to get Mickey to play it, and I can't remember if he played a game or two, but I don't think he was big RTS guy. Which, like anything, you know, some people hate MOBAs, some people hate RTS, some people hate FPS. Uh-oh. Where's this guy's units? He's dropping me right now. He's dropping me right now. He's dropping me right now. Where's his units? Where's his units? I'm scared. There they are. There they are. By my natural. Got him. Called it. I was like, so you know something's messed up if you're looking at it at somebody's base and all of a sudden you're like, wait, he had a bunch of Marines here. Where'd they all go? You know? It's fun. RTS, I was saying that a little bit ago too, like I wouldn't mind getting into like League of Legends or one of those, like a big game, because I think MOBAs are pretty fun, but at the same time, like League of Legends seems like it's really intimidating because there's so much to it. There's so much in League of Legends. See, I'm trying to become more of a swing trader here. We're up like 200 something bucks on this, 220. Came back down a bit, but it's still above my entry, so we're looking good. My price target, I want to sell somewhere up in this range. This might be a day or two swing trade, really. That's what I'd like it to be. Because last time I traded this, I made good money on it. And it's almost at the same price point, really. But let's see if it finishes strong. The energy sector has been strong a lot. Pretty much every energy sector ETF is in the green today. There are all these ones down here on this watch list. They're all, like if you see this middle column, That's like their change from their last close, and they're all in the green, which shows strength, because NASDAQ and SPY are both pulled back just a little bit, So let's hope this stays strong. I'd like it to close. If it closes over 250, I'll be real happy, which it's like right there right now. But with a few day time frame in mind, if it closes over 250, I'll be looking to hold for that 258 level. Let me do a quick scan of this on like the 5 minute here. So that's a pretty hard sell, but this is a high moving, this is a really volatile stock, you know? This thing has a really high average daily range. So that's the 5 day, 5 minute. Let's look at 10 day, 30 minute. So it came off of like 211. So really the optimal buy would have been like 247, 246 range. We didn't quite hit that, but maybe it won't, you know, because we had a bottom right in here. We have some support in here and in here at 247, which is right about where I entered. Well, close to where I entered. 248.88 is my cost basis. But that's not on a high ATR stock. Like $1 isn't really something to worry about. Yeah, this thing's, I'm pretty content with it. I hope it finishes the day above 250. Goes from there. But yeah, I've been thinking about taking a stab at Valorant or something like that, you know? Something with a pretty active, like, pro scene. But, as I've said before, whenever I played Valorant, it really made me want to be playing CSGO. Because, like, the shooting style, like, the gameplay feels a lot like CSGO. But then you have all the abilities and stuff, and the abilities don't feel as good as, like, the utility. Because, like, if you spend money on replenishing your abilities in Valorant, no one can take that from you. And in CSGO, if you spend money on utility and you die with it, people can pick that up and take it from you. And it adds like another dynamic to the game that I really like. But then again, so do the abilities, you know? Having like one guy that can like send out a beacon camera thing and the ice wall lady and, you know. So I guess it's give and take. We seem to have some decent support on the daily right there. So I'm just going to keep watching that on my left monitor. If it doesn't break, like, I didn't give myself a really wide share size on it. But as long as it stays above about 247.50, I'll stay in it. And honestly, maybe if it stays a little above that, or a little below that, if it doesn't break that, like 200-day moving average is around 246.20 at the moment. If it doesn't break that, I'd feel okay with holding it. But let's hope we don't even have to think about that, you know? If we're lucky, we won't even have to stress. Mr. Chaotic. I think the last time I popped in on Innocent, she was playing the new Call of Duty. She was playing, I think it's the Cold War, I believe. And it looked like she already had gold guns, like gold and diamond guns. I feel like, how long has that game even been out? Maybe longer than I think. Back in my day, we had Red Tiger and Blue Tiger. And those were the top tier guns, you know? That's COD 4. What race was this guy? Protoss? Okie dokie. That's Dewey. I still need to hit up McGuire on Discord. I haven't talked to him. Like, he hit me up several months after I hadn't been streaming and was just like, dude, are you ever coming back? And then I was like, yeah, I'd like to eventually, but I haven't talked to him since. Alright. Generally speaking, if Protoss doesn't scout me by a little after a minute in, I start to get really skeptical of what they're up to, because they usually have scouted you by then. So I'm going to send a scout around, and I'm actually going to send a second one just over to his base. Just to make sure he's not cheesing us too heavily.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Okay, so he's got a natural. So that's good that he has a second base building, because that means he can't be doing too much that's too crazy, because he spent money on getting a second base. Oh yeah, I was gonna check up here real quick and then we'll go back.
부속건물 완성.
Get good, nerd. Okay, so he does have a proxy somewhere. I don't know where, but he's got one. That's okay. So he's lost 2 zealots and a stalker, and I lost like 2 workers. That means that was a better trade for me. So I think that's the end of the pressure. Yeah, I did. It was a pretty quick game. I did a strong push, and he did exactly what I wanted him to do. Like, basically my push that I did is, like, he played into perfectly. And then he tried to, his only units, right as I was attacking him with my cloaked banshee, he had his units out on the map. And I knew it, and I spotted him, and I positioned mine to, like, before his units could drop out of his medevacs, I killed them all. So he just left game, because he was like, fuck me. Alright, now we need to go scout for a third base, and then scout in his base to see what he's up to.
부속건물 완성.
We're gonna sacrifice this Hellion for the greater good. Try to see. Oh, that's a lot of stalkers. But yeah, they've sped StarCraft up a lot over the years. Like, an average StarCraft match used to take 15-20 minutes, but they made it so you start with double the amount of workers now than you used to, like when this game first came out. And due to that, the average game is like way quicker. Okay, so there's his third. So he's not all-inning us, at least technically speaking.
광물이 부족합니다. 사령부 에너지가
We got pretty darn good map vision. Pretty happy with that. We have eyes on his third. We're gonna put... I'm gonna put a couple precaution turrets over here, so he doesn't bring like a warp prism in, try to drop some units in my base.
에너지가 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
So that was about 50-50 there. Could have been worse, could have been better.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Our downside is that we don't really have any upgrades. But his downside is I might be able to pop his third base. Yep, and I did. So that's really good for us.
베스핀 가스가 부족합니다.
Now he's kind of,
에너지가
it's kind of on him to get something done at this point.
광물이 고갈되었습니다.
Like he needs to make a move.
광물이 부족합니다.
Yep, that should be GG.
광물이 고갈되었습니다.
He certainly doesn't think it is,
광
but it is.
광물이 부족합니다.
Because I'm taking my third, whereas he's trying to reestablish his, or I'm taking my fourth, whereas he's trying to reestablish his third.
광물이 부족합니다.
Okay, okay.
업그레이드 완료.
We got this. We still have like no upgrades, but I think just the fact that I've had really good production, like in these fights, I'm still making sure to flip back to my hotkeys and stay on the production. How many workers do we have? 73? That's a really good worker count. I recognize this song. It's that Chandelier song. this should hurt.
광맥의 고가 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 업그레이드
This is a chaotic one. And no chaotic pun intended or something. Because chaotic. You got what I was. You got it.
광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
That was an expensive loss for him.
광물이 부족합니다.
He must have like one of the side bases or something. No, he doesn't. So we're in really good shape. I'm surprised this guy hasn't called it. I still have 76 workers. All I really need to do is remax out,
에너지가 부족합니다.
and we'll be golden.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 부속 건물 광물이 부족합니다.
Ooh, getting into messy too, huh? I've long held that it's the greatest video game ever created.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Yeah, he has to attack me now.
업그레이드
여긴 못 지켰는데요.
기지가 공격.
We'll have to get some twos in if you're going to be on for a bit. Got him. That was a fun one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Lay Juge. If it gets small enough, you gotta hit the tab to get the chat back out. Yeah, I found that out a little bit ago. What, have you done like any of the campaign or any of that stuff? I mean, realistically, what, did you say you played Protoss before? Because realistically, a lot of it just comes down to your mechanics. Like you gotta be fast with your keyboard hand and just keep making workers and keep making stuff. Like at the league I'm at and below, it's pretty much most of your games are won or lost just based on your macro, like how well you make shit. It really doesn't get too big into like the actual strategy coming into play until your understanding of the game is at like a higher level. I played a little bit of that in the past. I know it's like a slow pace RTS. And then there was like Rise of Nations, and I think is Age of Empires another one? I think it is. Ugh. Oh, I need to reset my alert on this. We'll set it, put it like right. We'll put it here. So with Protoss, alright, I'll go into an AI and I'll play as Protoss. Protoss, basically, if you make probes and pylons, you're gonna have a good time. Especially like, and that's, it sounds bad, but if I were you, if you do your placement matches for like 1v1, I would just throw the placement matches, because it's hard to learn when you're up against like people that are the exact same skill level as you, because then you're trying to learn while you're stressed, you know? And that's no way to learn. You want to learn when you feel more confident. So I'd say throw your placement matches, get into a bronze league, and then just do literally what I'm about to do. Like, I'm playing against a computer, but it's like, I'm going to show you, you just hotkey your stuff, like my, as you can see down here, my Nexus is on 5. Make a pylon, make a gateway, and then I'm going to make a gas. And just keep making probes. That's the big thing, is like, if you, the first while of the game, if you ever see this blue bar that's above the Nexus, if you ever see that not going, then you're making a mistake. You should be constantly making workers the first at least 5-6 minutes of the game. So the opponent is a Zerg. So I made a nice little wall at the front of my base so that they can't get in as easy. Note, generally in a Protoss game, you'd want to expand earlier than this, unless it was Protoss versus Protoss, PvP. Then you want to get more units out. But just for the sake of the example, I'm just trying to give the sense that you just basically need to keep building stuff. Because if you keep making stuff in the lower leagues, you will just win. So my next thing, I'm going to make a Twilight. Now I'm at full saturation, as you can see by where it says Worker, right above the Nexus, 16 out of 16, 3 out of 3 on the gases. So I'm going to start rallying all my workers to my natural base here. I'm going to make another pylon. And note that I definitely don't expect you to remember all this. It takes quite a while, but the sentiment is that just keep doing shit. Just do shit as fast as you can, and over time you'll get even faster, and then you'll get even better. What I'm doing right now isn't even really a build. It's just, which also, when I roll over this AI, will exhibit the fact that it doesn't really matter if you're doing a build at a lower level. It just matters that you're doing something. That's what it comes down to. Just do something. Spend your money. Really. That's what it comes down to. Probes and pylons, as they say. kind of feeling this lo-fi version of Toxic by Britney Spears, you know? I definitely did this build out of order because like another minute from now I'm supposed to have 2 Immortals out, and I don't think I can do that. I'm supposed to pull off gas too. I forgot how to do this. Like, but as I said, I shouldn't be focused on doing an actual build because that's not the point. The sentiment is just do stuff. Doesn't really matter what you're doing. Just do something. Alright, so now that these are saturated, I'm actually going to stop making probes. Just because I have 2 base saturation for like lower levels. You don't really need more than that. In an ideal situation, you'd go up to 3, but depends on what kind of strategy you're playing too. Out of habit, I started making probes again. So once this next Immortal comes out, I'm just going to go attack him, and we're going to kill him. There's like a 99% chance that we'll just kill him. Uh-oh. See, yeah, I messed up. I didn't make pylons. Alright. Immortals done. Got my 2 Immortals. Yeah, just learning the hotkeys for what each unit is a big part of it too. Like once you know that you need to hit like Z for a Zealot and like hit like what button you need to hit just to build a different structure, that's the first thing that I'd say. Other than that, just read up on that and keep spending your money and you'll do pretty good. Normally at this point, while this attack's going on, I'd move out and take like a 3rd base and add on some upgrade buildings and all that, but yeah, a big thing is definitely just learning like a proper hotkey setup, whatever's comfortable for you. And you can edit all the hotkeys. So like I've switched several of mine, especially my ones for Terran. So if something feels really awkward for you to reach to a certain button to do a certain action, you can go into the settings and actually just change that hotkey. Give me a minute though, I'm gonna go take a piss. Refill my water. Ooh, my quads are still sore from squat the other day. I definitely needed to be working in some squat. It's like I don't know how to describe it. It's like the soreness is like deeper. It's like a different part of the quad. More on the outside sweep as opposed to setting alerts all over this thing so I know where it's at. So I can remember to be glancing over. Trying to start the transition, Grog, to swing trading. Scalping's too much work for too little of the damn move, you know? Like, if I would have had the swing trade mentality that day, like I was saying that one time, I saw AMD hit 73 like 4 different days out of a week, and every time it hit there, it got sucked back up, and I was like, man, I should just buy this and sit on it. If I would have done that, I'd be up like $9,000 right now on AMD. Granted, I don't know if I would have taken almost full size on it, but so conservatively 3,500 if I would have taken like 500.
I was saying, like, I don't know that you would have held it all the way up.
Yeah. But we're trying. I wonder if I can find a 2v2 at this hour. Most people probably at work. I'll try to search for it for a couple minutes. 2v2s can be kind of fun because you can get more like meme-worthy builds in. Where you're like, I'm just going to make BCs and Widow Mines instead of doing something that is good. Not that BCs and Widow Mines is bad, it's just not very probable that your opponent is going to let you do that in a 1v1. Much less probable, anyways. Uh-oh. My homie might be a noob. He's not making his depot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa! No! No! Good old Cartman.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
What a oog op. I don't know how to reply to that. Double Zerg. Pew pew pew. Wait a minute. It's a chop. Actually, since they're double Zerg, I'm gonna go make that out there. Start the wall off on the low ground. You know what I'm saying?
광물이 부족합니다.
Indeed. I'm talking that large PP energy, you know?
부속 건물 완성. 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다.
Such calming music.
베스핀 가스가 부족합니다.
여기 지원이 필요합니다.
동맹이 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지
We got this. We're in them. We're in them heavy, Grok.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
What are the chances that neither of them goes for Muta? I'd say pretty slim.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
My homie should be getting some Thors.
광물이 부족합니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 부속 건물 완성. 연구 완료. 부속 건물 완성. 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다.
함정이다.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 보급고가 부족합니다.
여긴 못 지켰는데요.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 보급고가 부족합니다. 업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료.
Oh shit, I didn't.
광물이 부족합니다. 보급고가 부족합니다. 연구 부족합니다. 보급고가 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 아군이 공격받고 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다.
I don't know why that guy said lol, but I'm assuming it was good for us.
동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다.
That was a good one. Still holding right in that little range there. Looking all right. Yeah, we'll leave this on. The scalper in me wants to be a little upset that over here I had like $230 profit and I could have just sold, just flattened and taken like 200 bucks. But like I said, I want to be more hands off. Be more of a swing trader. So we buy in this weakness during this day of consolidation here. Bought in this pretty tight little range right here after the pullback. Right in here. And we'll be looking for a move back up within the next couple days. Hopefully we'll trade back up to the 260s. That's what we want to see. Ideally, I'll be taking profit at 258.88, which is exactly 10 points on my shares, which would be a $2,000 win. On the downside, we'd be looking at stopping it out below, let's see, where's this 200 day? 10 days, 20 day. We'd be looking at stopping out kind of below. If it gets below the low of the day and doesn't get sucked back up, then we'd be looking at stopping out for about a $200 loss. So as you can see, our upside to downside there is about 10 to 1, you know, so that's pretty good. See how she goes, see how she plays out. As we morph into becoming more of a swing trader than a scalper. Because scalping is just, it's too much work. You have to consistently be right with large share size over and over and over. It just gets old. 5 sub points? Chaotic. Did you sub? You greasy son of a bitch, you. I didn't even notice you subbed. God damn. The good old boys coming back and showing some love, showing some support. That's great to see. We had Nolly, a long time Broseph, a long time sub, and Chaotic come back in the same day. Absolute units in the online gaming community. I need to pull up Chaotic real quick. I want to see when the last time you were live is. Have you been streaming regularly? 7 days ago. Yeah, so you've still been pretty regular, huh? Schedule. Says about a week ago. If you're still lurking in chat, do you have like a standard schedule, or you just kind of like fit it in when you can? And Pun Cake popped into chat earlier. A guy who I played a little bit of Call of Duty with back in the day. That was good to see. His name in Call of Duty was just like Turtle or something like that. I remember getting into the lobby, be like, oh, hold on, Turtle's on. Better invite him. Better hit up Turtle. One of these days, once I lean up a little more, I'll do like a gym stream, a lifting stream, you know? The only downside there is I'll have to bring like my little tripod thing so I can post up my phone with stream on it. I'll probably try it out at least once. I don't know if it's something I'll do consistently, but I wouldn't mind trying to get a gym stream in. Nice, nice. So were you bouncing between 3 and now you found like something more steady so you can actually like set a solid schedule? That always feels good. That's one of the things that I always request whenever I do like an interview or anything. I'm like, my whole thing is I'm fine with, you know, prioritize and execute, come in here, knock out whatever task you guys need me to do. But what I need from you guys is consistency. I want to be able to say I work from here to here, and that way I can plan the rest of my life around that, you know? Like those kind of jobs where you're like on call or like shit's kind of up in the air, like you might all of a sudden have like a bunch of overtime you got to stay for. I don't know if I'd be feeling something like that. Unless the overtime was like big money. I know some people that worked yesterday on Memorial Day that said they were getting triple time. And dude's a plumber, right? And he already makes like $32 an hour. Triple time. Dude was making almost $100 an hour to go in on Memorial Day and get some shit done. You could sign me up for $100 an hour. I was taking a quick glance at our trade here. She's still looking all right. Just kind of consolidating that range. But we can expect it not to move too much today because the indexes are kind of like they pulled back and now they're kind of trading sideways. So as long as they stay chill, this should stay chill. That's got to feel nice too. Consistency and making more than the other ones combined. See, for a while I was thinking about, so one of my buddies is a manager at a restaurant, and I was thinking about picking up like weekend shifts there just for extra cash, because the position that I do there they refer to as food running, and it's super easy. And last time I did it I averaged like not great money, but like for how easy it is, I just kind of stand there and carry a few orders to the tables. Like you don't have to take the orders, you literally just carry them to people's tables. And I would average like on a busy night 17, 18 bucks an hour. On an average day it'd be like 13 to 15, give or take, because I got 1% of all the sales as a tip in addition to like $12.50 an hour. And for the work, like yeah, that's not big money, but for how easy it is to go in there like 5 hours on a weekend and make like 100 or so bucks, almost 100 bucks in 5 hours of just kind of chilling. But the thing is as much as I would like to do that and just use that so I don't have to use this trading profits for like bills really, but at the same time I want to start streaming again, you know? So like in the potential and the fun of streaming is obviously exponentially outweighs working at a restaurant. So that being said, I'm gonna see how streaming goes and reserve that for something like if I get to the point where like I'm really struggling, then I'll do that, you know? But if we keep getting the homies back in here, won't need to worry about it, you know? Hell, if I even get back to where I was, I'd be accounting for a couple days of like restaurant type work. At my peak, my pinnacle of streaming, I was I think my best month ever I made like almost 200 bucks, which isn't much, but hey, that's enough to pay like my cell phone bill and my internet bill like all at once. And like that's what it comes down to for me. I just think of everything in terms of like what bills or what expenses can I cover with this, you know? Not necessarily how much I'm making, but what can I cover? Alright, let's send our Reaper out, see what this guy's doing. If you remember, actually Chaotic, the guy I'm playing right now, if you're watching, is the same guy that you asked me if I beat him a little bit ago. This is that same guy. Terran player, his name is Rogue, which is actually the name of a pro Zerg player, so I think this guy's a little confused. Wonder if he's doing the same build.
부속 건물 완성.
Because I'm doing the same build. So let's see if he adjusts his play and he's stronger, better this time, maybe beats us. Or if he does the exact same thing and loses again. Because I'm doing the same thing. Last time he had a Widow Mine on that ramp, and I don't want to fall for that again. It cost me a Hellion last time. This is literally the exact same match as last time too. Same map, same spawns, everything's the same. Well, that didn't go great for him. But that's just because I'm an absolute monster when it comes to micro. Actually, I'm not. Micro is my weakest part. Oh, we're gonna lose a couple Hellions here. Maybe not. I'm gonna bring those home, actually. I think we've done about all we can do with those, because he's got that tank up there. See if we can get done with this Cloaku Banshee.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
No turret again. Didn't I just start a supply depot? I thought I did. Guess I didn't.
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
Oh, he left. What'd you expect to happen, though, man? Like, I did the exact same build, he did the same build, and he lost again.
Just trying to take a dookie, dude.
Just trying to take a dookie, man. You're gonna come in here, bust the door down on me?
What are you doing, man?
Love how outraged he was. Just, dude! Yeah, Nolly's right, though. I do need to get on TikTok, and I need to be getting back on, like, social media for marketing and stuff.
Social Meads. What was that from? Was that
What?
Is that a Norse anything? Social Meads?
Social Meads? I don't know. Social Meads? Hit the Social Meads. It kind of reminds me of when Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino on Bad Friends, they'll call, instead of the pandemic or COVID, they just say the pandy. They're like, well, you know, the pandy.
I like how Santino looks younger and skinnier than when he had the appearance in The Office.
Yeah, yeah, because he got wealthier.
And he got a scar here. Like, did he get that fixed or something? Because there was a scar on his face in The Office.
Yeah, because he has way more money now.
You have more money now. Damn it.
Damn it. What are the indexes doing? Still just kind of pulling back. There's no new news out, so I guess that's good. Shouldn't make anything too drastic happen. At least. Nice thing is if this range tightens up and it's looking strong, we can maybe take like another 100 shares of it. For SEDG. Let's get in another one. Snapchats. Couple of Snapchats. I don't feel like checking them right now, though. TVZ. Terran vs. Zorg. Good luck, Mr. Zorg. You fucking scumbag. Zerg players, am I right? Scumbags. Nah, that's alright.
광물이 부족합니다.
Now, let's not be racist here, you know. Protoss and Zerg lives are just as valid as Terran lives.
광물이 부족합니다.
But let's be honest. Terran's the honorable race.
보급고가 부족합니다.
Chaotic over here practicing
광물이
Protoss
부족합니다.
just so I can rage on him. I felt that little breakdown right there. Got me vibing. Alright, let's go scout this scum lord.
What the fuck is going on?
Doubled my sub count today. Doubled it. That's almost quadruple if you round. That's how rounding works, right? I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of retarded.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
I misplaced that mule. There we go. That's baby making music. We see nothing out of the ordinary. But that's what a Zerg wants you to see. You know? He's holding his cards close to the chest. In reality, everybody knows he's a scumbag. Zergs. Ah! I fucked myself there. My own grenade. In my own dojo. Oh! I meant to start a reactor there. Tough luck, bucko! Better luck next time, scumbag. Alright, so we know he's taking the other third, so we can bring this worker back home. Come on home there, buddy. Come join your brothers. Ooh. This is baby making music too.
부속 건물 완성. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다.
Where, oh, where are your overlords? Where are your lords? Lords Del Ovi. Is there one over here? I guess we're not gonna find one. Usually I find an overlord or two to pop with my cyclone.
광물이 부족합니다.
That's the whole reason that cyclone exists. God damn it.
광물이 부족합니다. 연구 완료.
Woo! He got them banelings ready, boy. He got them banelings. You will return those, God.
광물이 부족합니다.
Guy's more prepared than most people are for that build. And he did it all with having no scout. No scout, no overlord. doing, homeboy? That's actually okay for us. Actually, no, we don't need those. What we need is another base. That was cheeky as fuck. I didn't even intend for that to work like that.
광물이 부족합니다.
How many workers am I on? 79. That's plenty. Terran power! Baby! That was another good one. Got him. Oh, you done me, and you bet I felt it. This is that Billie Eyelash feller.
William Eyelash.
Billie Eyelash! Billie Eyelash feller, you know?
William. Yeah.
Yeah. Think I got enough alerts on that? Maybe.
Oh, that's what it's from. I think it's The Office. Ryan Sochmead.
Sochmead. Oh, yeah, yeah, when he makes woof. Woof! Let's check Snapchat.
Hey, this is a neighborhood, alright?
What do we got? Sirens?
Dumping shit. Sounds like a garbage truck.
You take those fat dumpers and you heck off. I can't believe AMC's like still kind of holding up.
Yeah.
It dropped off in the morning for a little while, but it's back above 31.
It hit above 32, and then it spiked down all the way to like 30.50. No, it hit 33, and then it went down to 30.50.
One candle, that's nuts. That's a schnuts move.
It's a chunky boy on the way down.
I can't believe they convinced a hedge fund to spend like, what was it? It was like
230.
yeah, like a it was like 8.5 million shares at $27.50 a share. That's crazy.
Yeah. Whoever made that deal or sold that deal to the hedge fund must have been a real fucking smooth talker.
Were you in crypto chaotic? I know most people that say that, I'm guessing you were in crypto, like maybe Dogecoin or Bitcoin or Ethereum or something. How's Tesla been doing? I haven't really been tracking it. I know it's up off its lows. It was trading in the mid-upper 500s for a while. 630. Let's see. Let's look at a few different time frames on the chart real quick. Go 1 day, 1 year. Looks pretty good. I mean, it had this kind of like double bottom around 550. Popped back up off that. That would have been a good play. 550 to like 600-ish. That could have been real nice. So, we'll go to 4 hour. It's still, if you see, it's still in this overall downtrend, you know? You got, if you take anywhere kind of up here on these highs, and you look at that, and then you have kind of a flat bottom there. So realistically, if I was somebody that's in Tesla long term, if this thing broke 550, I'd be out. I'd be donezo. So look at that wedge. And if you want to get even more drastic, you could form these two right here, because that's like a harder slope. Oof. Hopefully you didn't have too much in it. See, I wouldn't mind, and like I've thought about cryptos a lot just because of how much they're talked about, but I don't know. I just don't really trust them yet. Like Bitcoin and Ethereum both seem like good technologies overall, like the actual blockchain stuff behind it, but still seems a bit risky. That's a nice, on the 10-day chart, that's pretty bullish on the 10-day chart. If you caught this, like I was saying, there's that double bottom around 550, 545. If you caught that, you know, you're feeling pretty good. Man, what if you were one of these fuckers that got in? I guess it was never technically 35 a share, because I think they, I think Tesla like debuted at like 80 or 100-ish a share, but the reason it says 34 is because it's adjusted to their stock split last year, or 35.4, because they did a, what was it? Was it 4-to-1? It was like 4-to-1 or 5-to-1 stock split last year on Tesla. Oh yeah. So you lost. So, well, I guess where'd you? It would depend on where you bought in, but yeah, like you were sitting pretty if you got in early. Because I know that it was hovering around like the 30 to 50 cent range, 30, 40 cents for a long time. And then when Elon was going to do SNL, Dogecoin kind of like took off for a while. But like that same weekend that he did SNL, it had that big dip. I haven't really been following any of the cryptos since the last big sell-off, when Bitcoin was like bouncing between like 55,000 and 60, and then all of a sudden it just dips down to like 30. I guess the lowest it ever got was like 33. But that's still that's still like almost cut in half from its high. But hey, a year ago it was 4. So there's that. Right about a year ago it was 4,000. So if you bought a year ago, you're still sitting pretty.
Some stinks and skee ball.
And then like Charlie or D start cheering like, you guys aren't going.
You guys think you're coming?
You're not going to the Dave and Buster's. Always Sunny is such a great show. I love it. Alright, another TVZ. See how she goes this time, boys. See if we can pull over a nice W. I need to start really focusing on like actually doing some builds and getting better. For a long time I would like grind up to about 4,000 and then I'd get pissed after losing a few games and I just quit out of like a dozen games so that I could go back to like my comfort zone. But you don't get better if you ain't grinding, you know? You gotta be grinding, getting faster. Oh, I wonder if there's a new Your Mom's House. Or, no, it's tomorrow, I think. I think it's tomorrow, because last week I remember thinking that, and then I don't know. Pretty sure it's not today, is the moral of the story. I wish it was today. Fucking. You watch any podcasts regularly, Chaotic? I've been really feeling all the comedian podcasts on YouTube. Tom Segura and his wife, Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino, Theo Vaughn. Some funny fuckers. They're pretty good. Like if you're doing something at the computer passively. I mean, if you're into that kind of like just listening to comedians bullshit. Because sometimes it'll be stale for a bit, but every once in a while they'll say something that I'm just like, what the fuck? Especially Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn is, his brain is something else.
사령부 업그레이드 완. 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 건물 완성. 사령부 업그레이드 완료.
I feel like this guy's pretty good just by how much he's scouting me, staying active on like knowing what I'm doing. It's usually an indicator that they know what they're doing, because Zerg's really about like gotta know when to drone and when not to. Gotta know when to drone them and when to fold them. I don't know how to make that relevant. Gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to fulcrum. So I delayed my, what's it called, blue flame just a little bit because I didn't want him to see it researching.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이
Should delay the attack until blue flame is done. So now my blue flame is gonna finish like right after he cleans this up.
광물이 부족합니다. 사령부 부속 건물 완성. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
Alright, so now we need to be on the lookout for a spire. Alright, he doesn't seem to have a spire. So that's good. I'm bullish on no spire.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이
Shit, for a second I thought there was 2 of you. Everyone gets laid at the White House. Everyone.
광물이 부족합니다. 업그레이드 완료. 그곳에는 착륙할 수 없습니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Infestors, huh? Would be a really good choice if I was going to buy it. Thing is, I'm not going to buy it.
광물이 부족합니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 사령부 업그레이드. 그곳에는 착륙할 수 없습니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 부속 건물 완성. 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
So this guy is going to be going for brood lords.
베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 광- 광물이 부족합니다. 업그레이드 완료. 광물이 부족합니다. 사령부 업그레이드. 에너지가 부족합니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
전원 전투 위치로.
광물이 부족합니다. 사령부 업그레이드 완료.
대응 사격을 실시합니다.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
I guess he got frustrated and just left. Is my guess. He didn't get to use his double spire. That kind of confused me. He went for a double spire and then didn't make any spire units. That was kind of creative, though, what he did with the infestors. Like, he neuroparasited a bunch of my tanks and kind of took them. Basically, what Zerg does when they do that is they mind control your tanks, and then they have control of them for, you know, a short period of time. It's probably like maybe 15 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that. It's not real long, but it can really change the tide of a battle if it's used properly, you know? They do that, and then you use your own tanks to focus fire like all your own other units, and then right as it's about over, unsiege them so that they can run their units, because unsieged tanks are pretty garbage, and then they'll run up and kill them when they're unsieged or whatever. It can definitely be good play. It do be like that. All right. Man, this SEDG is finding a definite base here. It's been in like a barely $1 range for the last like hour and a half. But that's kind of promising. That kind of shows, like, generally speaking, a lot of the money that was going to sell has sold. Maybe we'll see a nice overnight gap out of it too. A lot of times these slow movers, sometimes just overnight, that thing can gap. And one just hopes it's not a gap down. But this has a pretty good base in this area. Like, even speaking before, like, it's real recent past the last several weeks, it's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 kind of areas where it found support in the same area, which is always nice. Alright, where did my Twitch chat go? There it is. Nice. Alright, what scene am I on right now? Oh, I'm still on StarCraft, so you guys didn't even see. I was just looking at a few charts quick. But I'll get in another game. This winning streak has got to end at some point. I've won like 6 games in a row now. Means this next one, it'll probably get me. Maybe I should try a little bit of like Call of Duty or something too. See, maybe a game or match or two of CS:GO. Or I could take a minute and reinstall Valorant and Apex. Yeah, I kind of hope for the rest of the week we see the market kind of trend up. As far as I know, there's no major economic news coming out the next week or two. So things should stay pretty stable. What do we got? What do we got? Terran vs Protoss. And like I said, all this winning's got to come to an end. Might as well be a Protoss to do it, right? Friggin' Protoss. He'll probably do a scumbag thing too. He'll either proxy Void Ray shield battery or do like some sort of DT rush bowl. Good luck. I'm fairly cynical about this game, can you tell? Especially when I miss queuing my first worker for the first several seconds of the game. But it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Sometimes if I'm in a particularly bad mood, if I do that, if I like don't if I think I queued a worker at the start but I missed it somehow, then I'll just leave because I'll be like, oh nope, I'll get a different one. This guy wanted to steal my gas, I think.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
That's what I thought.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Scrub.
광물이 부족합니다. 부속 건물 완성. 그곳에는 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 사령부 업그레이드 완료.
Alright. So we don't have too much intel on this guy. What's he got? He's got a stalker? Alright. Kill that with our cyclone here. Once I get a first couple Hellions out, I'm gonna send him across the map just to scout a little bit, see what he's up to.
보급고가 부족합니다.
And there they are. I'll send one towards the third, one towards each third, I should say. And then once they get over there, I'll sacrifice one in. Okay. So we're gonna need to pull workers here.
광물이 부족합니다.
Okay, that made me nervous. Why? He's got stuff out there, but he's not attacking me. That's kind of weird.
광물이 부족. 광물이 부족합니다.
Huh.
광물
Not sure what this rapscallion's up to.
여긴 못 지켰는데요.
부속 건물 완성. 사령부 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 부속 건물 완성. 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 업그레이드. 베스핀 광물이 부족합니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 베스핀 가스가 부족합니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 사령부 업그레이드.
여긴 못 지켰는데요.
Oh yeah, I lost my barracks.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
Such a joke. This guy played so poorly. That was way too closer than it should have been. That guy was on 3 base forever. Then I popped his third. He was on 2 base. Barely had a third. Had no income, but still Protoss units are so fucking strong. There was almost literally nothing I could do. But I will say playing mech against Protoss is a big risk. Our trade is still going okay. Boop, boop, boop. Like it's lower than it was earlier. It's only up $10. Whereas earlier I could have taken like 200. Like literally 2 minutes after I took the trade, I could have took like 200. But I think over the next couple days, this thing should be ripe to head back to the mid 50s, if not 60s. And if we get to that level, your boy will be taking a nice little profit. I mean, if we can even get, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. If we can even get to this notification right here, this orangish bar, this marker, that'd be like $800. So we'll stay hopeful. On our downside, we do stand to lose potentially up to a couple hundred. But that's the way she goes. There's no trade if there's no risk, right? So let's hope the trading gods are on our side. Hopefully some news comes out about the infrastructure bill and all that stuff, because they're supposed to be given more like tax credits and everything for solar. And that's what this company is. The company that I have a swing on right here, the ticker SEDG, Solar Edge Technologies. They make make and install solar panels and solar systems, like power storage systems for commercial and residential. As far as I understand it, I read through their website in like 2-3 minutes. I didn't spend too much time on it. Oh yeah, I was gonna try maybe. Is Valorant an EA game? Like Epic? Yeah, is because I think Apex and Valorant are on the same launcher, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. I guess if I just Google like Valorant launcher or something, Valorant install, Because I'm pretty sure I uninstalled that and Apex. Install Valorant. And, oh, it's Riot. I think I already have one of these. Fuck. Let's try all my passwords, I guess. Yeah, I'll just do the reset link. I don't remember my password or my username. Forgot username. Email. It should be this one at gmail.com. So now let's check the old email. The old email ski. Right games. This is supposedly my username? I don't think so. Maybe that's just a default one because I never made one. Supposedly that's my username. I guess maybe I'll make a new account. It's not like I really had any progress anyways. I'll just make a new account. How about that? Create account. Ooh. Oh. I don't know what to make it. Yay, we did it.
We did it.
We did it. We did it. Yeah. We fought off the pedos and all the rapers. Yeah, we did it. That was an episode, right?
I don't think so, no.
I'm gonna download this, just chill for a little bit. Maybe I'll end stream. Already been live for 6.5 hours. That's pretty good for now. That's almost 12 hours.